Oh. Sorry. All right. Good afternoon. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, or phone. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. With respect to hearing procedure, I will call each item in order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they've finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. First of all, any conflicts this afternoon in the 2 o'clock agenda? Ms. Martin? Item 26? Oh, it's at 4, sorry. Okay. Maybe we'll just restate that at 4 o'clock. All right. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, any minutes to approve?
Through you, Madam Chair, none. We've approved the first set in the morning. Thank you.
All right. And do we have any deferrals this afternoon?
We do number 16, 30 Chudley.
Okay, we'll deal with that first.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon. Name and address for the record, please.
Jonathan Binskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
And the reason for the deferral?
2 of the variances were missed on the public notice.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? No? All right. We'll take it into committee. Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, I'll put forward a motion to defer this item sine die just to allow the applicant to put those variances that were missed back into the application and resubmit. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Marziari? All in favor of the motion? That's unanimous. The deferral's been granted. Sorry? Yeah. Oh, you're just going to stay? Okay. Fine. No, that's fine. I thought I forgot something. All right, so we've dealt with the deferral. So we go back to item 14, 226 Olive Avenue. This is an application to construct a 3-story fourplex with a garden suite in the rear yard and was previously considered on June 12th, 2025. We have variances for rear yard percentage of landscaping, coverage, parking space length, parking space width, rear yard setback for garden suite, angular plane in side and rear yards, and percentage of soft landscaping in the rear yard. On file, we have a survey, plans, garden suite plans, presentation, urban forestry memo, community planning memo, transportation review memo, a petition from, I've written several, but many residents in the neighborhood, an arborist report for 228 Olive, and then several letters of objection from neighbors. More than, I've noted more than 50 letters of objection. So first of all, we have our applicant in front of us, and for the record, one more time.
Jonathan Binskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Thank you. And do you have any changes to make to the application today?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, so we do have a number of residents in the audience. So we will need a presentation, and perhaps you could discuss what has happened between June 12th and particularly and now, and any changes you've made, and whether you've advised whether you've met with the residents and so on.
Yes, so if we could maybe just give me a little leeway with the 5 minutes, because this will take some time through the explanation here. So following the deferral, sorry, let me start from the beginning, Madam Chair and Committee. Before the previous hearing, we met with planning. We came up with a solution that planning was able to support, non-object, however we want to look at not issuing a memo. We came up with that prior to the previous hearing. We had submitted everything through a waiver. We came to the meeting and decided, listen, there was a lot of back and forth. Some of the residents hadn't seen the changes. Maybe some of them didn't quite understand the changes, so we requested the deferral to meet with them. Following that meeting, I immediately got in touch with the neighbors to try to organize a meeting. Through reasons that are reasons, we didn't get together until this past week on Monday. At that point, I was really stressing, what are the objections to the variances itself? I haven't heard an objection to any of the variances from the neighbors, and I'm sure their presentations will lead to that. I don't hear any objection to the actual variances. It's the objection to what we're proposing, which is the 4 units in the garden suite, which is permitted under the official plan as well as the zoning bylaw. So it's been very tough to arrive at any type of further changes from what we've proposed at the previous one, when I haven't really heard an objection to any of the variances rather than the application type and the type of built form we're proposing, which I will note is as per the zoning bylaw. The built form from the streetscape does not have a height variance. It does not have any setback variances. It has no main wall height variances. So the actual built form of what you see from Olive is as per the zoning bylaw. So I'm hoping that gives a little bit of background before I get into the application itself. And I see I'm already down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and I have a lot to say like usual. So if we could just go into my presentation briefly. I want to focus on a couple of things before I get into the variances itself, because in my opinion, the variances really are minor in nature, and this is very close to an as-of-right proposal. I'd like to focus initially on the official plan policies that permit this type of building, because this built form, again, is permitted through the SAS policy that is up on the screen, 826. I have highlighted the applicable policies, and if we can go to the next page, I'm not going to read that highlighted one. I think you've heard it from me before. It basically just says, in order to accommodate a higher intensity form of development, meaning fourplexes, change will occur, and there are changes to both the zoning bylaw and the official plan that reflect that. So if we continue on now to this page here, we'll see where we have, again, the prevailing front yard setback, which is maintained. There is no zoning request for that. If we can go to the next one, please. Again, we see that there are 2 trees. My apologies. Yes, if we could just stay right there. There are 2 trees that are proposed to be planted in the front yard. Again, one of the policies of the SASP speaks specifically to the planting of trees. There are 2 trees that are proposed to be removed with this application. They are in poor condition, located at the driveway at the rear. It is not as a result of the garden suite. It is not as a result of the fourplex. They are there in the permitted envelope, just beyond the house where the driveway is located. One of the other things is the size of the units, and you're going to hear something from the neighbors on the type of intensity of who's going to be living here. The SAS policy, again, from the official plan, speaks to larger family-style units. The basement has a 2-bedroom, the first floor has a 3-bedroom, second floor has a 3-bedroom, third floor has a 3-bedroom. So in terms of the type of units, we are in keeping, again, with that SAS policy that's telling us, again, where and what type of unit we have. The last one I'd like to speak to, and again, I want to stress the word should. It says should not result in the injury or removal of a healthy tree protected. Again, as per the arborist report, the 2 trees in the rear yard are not in good shape. Those 2 that are being proposed to be removed will be segmented by 2 trees that are being parked in the front. Sorry, being planted in the front. I'm trying to go as fast as I can here. We can go to the next page, please. Again, that just has a tree inventory chart. I also want to speak about privacy. The privacy, again, as we can see here from the third floor, there are no side windows proposed there that would look into adjacent properties. The 3rd floor is permitted under the zoning bylaw, so any rear-facing windows could happen if this were also to be a single-family dwelling. If we could go 2 down now, please, because I'm greatly running out of time. Just to highlight again, those 2 trees are the ones that we are proposing in the front yard. We can now just continue on. In terms of the garden suite, there's a couple of variances for the garden suite. One deals with the rear yard setback. I would note that the dwelling behind it, that fronts onto Finch, does have a shed that's in the rear yard that is adjacent to a portion of where the reduction in the setback is. I would also say that the 2 angular plane variances, again, there's somewhat of a change and a recognition in the city that, and from the province itself, that angular planes really don't work. And we see that through the elimination of those in mid-rise buildings, as well as through the OREG that has no angular plane. If there's 3 units on the property, it actually eliminates that altogether. In terms of the variances itself, there are no built form variances other than that small side yard, rear yard setback to the garden suite. The proposed coverage is a modest 31.36%. And again, the built form, as it faces Olive, in terms of all heights, main wall, overall setbacks, building length is as per the zoning bylaw. So what you see from the streetscape, again, is what's envisioned in both the official plan as well as the zoning bylaw, because again, the zoning bylaw is there ultimately to implement the policies of the official plan, which again, it is compliant with. I could keep going, Madam Chair, if I have a couple of minutes, or I can wait.
Sorry, excuse me. I think probably we'll wait because
Okay.
I think some of your other comments will probably come up
Yes.
in some of the questions. So first of all, does anyone on the committee have questions for the applicant? No? Not at this time? Okay, I
Thank
think
you.
we're good. All right, residents, welcome back. I know a lot of you were here in June. And I just want to state a couple of things up front, just to make sure we stay on track here. I'm hoping you're organized and you have a few speakers who wish to speak and not everybody getting up and saying the same thing over and over. So some ground rules, just no shouting, no clapping, no calling out, please, no interrupting people. Stick to the concerns with the variances. The city has allowed multiplexes and allowed garden suites on properties like this one across the city. It's something that was already decided by council. They've already determined that it can be accommodated from a transportation point of view, from a garbage point of view, from a school accommodation point of view, storm drainage. Those are not related to the variances that we're looking at today. There are very few variances that are being requested today, so you need to stick to your comments about those variances and tell us why they have concerns to you. So the use is already permitted, so we're not debating that at the committee today. So I just want to make that clear. And with that, I will ask, do you have some people, I know you did last time, who wish to speak? So I see the one gentleman that spoke before on the neighborhood's behalf, but obviously you can, I don't want to have 35 people coming up and saying the same thing. So I don't know how you want to organize it. Who's going to start with comments, sir?
I think I emailed a list to you. I'm not sure if you received it or not.
I think staff would have got it, but you have to come up to the podium. So let's just start with your name and address.
Hi, my name is Greg Wong. I'm at 210 Olive. We do have a presentation for you, and the list of speakers will start with Terry, who's our planner, and then followed by 228, 224, 256, and then Dr. Pei, the school trustee, then Chris Lee, and myself.
Okay, the other thing I just wanted to mention was we are in receipt of the petition, we're in receipt of all the letters, we've received them, we have reviewed them, so again, try
Yes.
not to repeat yourself.
Yes, we will try our best because the resident has spent many, many hours and,
can see that.
and not just preparing, but learning the process. And everyone is given 2 points that they want to highlight. And it will be starting with the planner.
Okay.
And we will try to do our best. We're not expert as
That's okay.
As we're just learning the process, but it's important to the residents.
Okay,
Okay, thank
yep,
you.
thank you.
So I think the first person would be Terry, who's online. He's in. He will introduce himself, I think.
Yes. Yeah, hi, it's Terry Mills here. I'm a registered professional planner, and I was retained by the residents on Olive Avenue and other streets in the neighborhood who were concerned. And having reviewed the project, my concern is that that this proposal does not represent appropriate and desirable development, and the question of whether it's actually an overbuild on the site. I do appreciate we're looking at a fourplex with a garden suite in the rear. Interestingly enough, there end up being 13 bedrooms, of which 9 of them all have ensuite baths. So it's probably not necessarily, a family with children type setup people are looking at there. One of the big concerns I have is this takes up practically the whole site in terms of outdoor amenity area. And meanwhile, when you look at the area and you can go to the maps at the rear, you see that there's very few services and amenities within a 1 kilometer radius of the site other than schools. And also there's a shortage of parkland, and there's another diagram shows that with a photograph, and it's really just a sliver of green space. It's not actually a park. So in the end, you end up relying very much on your own properties for handling, outdoor amenity space, which works well for houses because you end up basically having, some 250 or 228 square meters of space. But the problem you have is when you suddenly introduce, a garden suite in the back, takes up practically half the backyard. Then you put in parking, that takes up more. And then you have the fourplex, which fills out the full footprint and somewhat more in terms of the footprint area. You end up in the end that all that is left is actually 16%. Now, the other thing to look at is that being 5 units or fiveplex, in a sense, makes it an apartment building, because apartment buildings start according to definition in the zoning bylaw when you get to 5 units. And at that point, in the official plan and in the zoning bylaw, you start finding there are standards in there that do apply to amenity space, outdoor amenity space. The other thing is I mentioned here on that, you know, what you also have to look at with an apartment building is you need to have an appropriate dedicated garbage space, which I don't see indicated anywhere. You actually need bicycle parking, and it's not just for the ensuite or for the garden suite. You know, apartment standards are different than that. And then you need a pet relief area. And then I have some question about these basement light wells as to whether they are eating into the soft landscaping area. But, you know, in the end, you end up with a building where you have 5 different dwelling units that are all utilizing a very marginal piece of land. And on the very last page, I have a diagram where I go through showing the step-by-step, you know, from the backyard of the house has to the backyard with the garden suite in it, and then the backyard with the garage in it, or sorry, parking spaces in it, and so on down to when you get to this modest amount that's left over. But now going through the 4 tests, in the official plan, I start on page 4, taking extracts from the official plan that talk about outdoor and amenity space, and I'm just going to quickly look at the very last one where it says here that open spaces on a site with its surroundings is to ensure a good fit between new development and the existing and/or planned context, good pedestrian amenity, and positive transition from private to public space. And I don't, you know, that sort of gives a fair insight of what the official plan vision is about. You know, going through the variances, I think they'll be discussed by everybody. I state my opinions here, and I do hope you've read it. The parking one does concern me to a great deal because they actually are looking at doing undersized parking spaces for 2 cars, and the minor amount of space that's left in the backyard, which a multiplicity of people will use. And so it's very complicated car movements. And they obviously aren't providing even space or concerns for fencing and car door opening and so on. So it's really not a good arrangement with the parking, and transportation has raised that point as well. So that takes me through the majority of it here. I do agree about the angular planes that the province is bringing down, you know, Regulation 462/24, which came into effect on December 8th, which cuts out the angular plane aspect of things. And I do think it's appropriate that we end up twice mentioning the landscape open space, once for the total project and once for the garden suites. And in terms of variances, whether it's minor or not, you know, my concern here is that multiplexes are a new concept, and they are only in the bylaw in a very schematic form. That's very obvious from this project. I noted the same thing on 40 Snowden prior to this, another one I was involved in, that they haven't really figured out, you know, how to handle the amenities. You know, and when amenities, look at garbage area, needs to be a properly collected area, proper amount of bicycle storage area, etc. You do need dog relief. It's one thing for a homeowner to put their dog out in the backyard so it can do its P-mail. It's another thing if you have 6 units sharing a very small green space and with multiple dogs, etc. And so it goes on from there. And coming to then desirable and appropriate, you know, one of my concerns here is I'm not quite sure how this building is going to be used. You know, it's one thing if we're thinking, okay, it's going to be mostly adults with dependents, children. But it seems to me with all these ensuite bathrooms, we're really looking at something that might be more like a student housing, rooming house type structure. And all this you have to weigh back against again, the fact that there's this deficiency of parkland in the area and the lack of services in the area. And so I think some sort of reduction has to be done. And I do believe that the rear yard open space can provide a fair amount of that, which would, obviously one would be to, when we removed the garden suite and kept all the units in one clump, that would help. Certainly getting the parking moved around the front would help. But I think when you're looking at this, and you're going to hear a lot about, it's, very modest and very minor and very modest and very minor, but you have to look at the cumulative effect. Really, when you think about it, a multiplex should be able to fit in on an as-of-right basis. And this is what happened on 40 Teddington Park, or Snowden, was in the end, it was decided that, being a new type of product in the neighborhood, multiplex, it really shouldn't come in with variances where it's crayoning outside the lines. It should demonstrate that it is truly able to perform by the standards established and be within the lines.
Mr.
with
Mills,
that,
can you wrap up
finish?
because you've gone over your 5 minutes?
Well, thank you very much, and I'm finished, and I apologize for the time
That's
I took.
okay, thank you.
It's a big subject, Bill.
Yes,
Bye.
it is. Thank you. All right, next.
Hi there, Madam Chair and Committee. Thank you so much. My name's Gian Lei, and I'm at 2221 Yonge Street. I'm here to speak on behalf of my family. My mom lives next door. The proposal to tear down a single-family home and build a 3-story fourplex and a garden suite breaks my heart, more than you ever can imagine. But it's clear that my feelings are not being considered here, so I'm going to talk about a couple of things. You received many objection letters, 50 this time around, back in June, over 100. There are hundreds of people who have signed a petition. And again, I know you want us to focus on variances and all that kind of stuff. So let's talk about one particular bylaw, the character of a neighborhood. This is bylaw 473/2023. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the numbers and how you say it. In it, it says, the development in established neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of each geographic neighborhood. I understand that this new bylaw, not sure how it plays with this old one, but I really sincerely hope that the bylaw regarding the character of the neighborhood be taken into consideration. And when you look at the diagrams that are being proposed, it is way out of character for this neighborhood. This is not a group that is against affordable housing. We understand the objective here, but we also sincerely ask that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and that every single matter and concern and variance that's being brought up be taken into consideration. I just heard from the applicant talk about the tree. My family hired an arborist, a highly qualified certified arborist. We submitted in the arborist report, and our report and our arborist, which we have no direct ties to, clearly said that one of the trees that we did a report on, the Colorado spruce, which is on the property line between Meyer House and this 226 Olive Avenue, is actually in fair condition. The applicant says poor, our report says fair, and in fact that the tree would be able to survive a minimum of 10 years. That's minimum. It could go on past that. And if we submitted in the report, so I sincerely hope that you take a serious consideration of the tree. That's just one tree. There's a few others that we unfortunately didn't have time to get a report on. And our arborist report recommended for the tree that the report that we submitted right there, highly recommended not a 3-meter tree protection zone, but a 4-meter protection zone. And I'm not sure how that is going to play out when you have this kind of density on one property. And so when we're talking about the different bylaws here, I highly recommend that you focus on the two that I've brought up, because it's clear this neighborhood is not against affordable housing, but what is being proposed is really out of character for this neighborhood. We're talking about a neighborhood that is invested in Willowdale. We've been there for over 40 years, and that is why it is breaking my heart to stand here in front of you. But again, I know that my feelings are not being considered at this time. We're sticking to the rules and the variances here. So if that is the case, I'm pitching 2 bylaws here that are of highly importance, and I sincerely hope that that is taken into consideration. Also, what is being proposed here? Okay, we have several units on one property, but who is policing or who is sort of overlooking who is going to be living in these units? The proposal is that these will be family units. We don't know. We don't know if this is going to be a short-term rental. We don't know if this is going to be a rooming house. Who is going to really look at that? And in a quiet neighborhood like this, that puts us in a very uncomfortable position. And so once again, it focuses on this new bylaw, and I say new with the bold letters underlined, that all of these considerations, including how this neighborhood feels, should be taken into consideration. Given that this is new, we don't know who would be moving in, and we do have other speakers here will point to the diagram and how the density of this one project is so overwhelming. And so once again, I sincerely ask that you don't just look at the rules and the facts, that you also take into consideration our concerns, and that it shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all approach in this matter. So again, I thank you so much for allowing us to speak, and for these reasons, I respectfully request that the Committee of Adjustment deny this application, and I thank you so much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Just to clarify, your parents' property, it's 228?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just here to speak on their behalf. Thank you
Okay.
so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate your time.
Welcome.
Hi. So can you go back to my the presentation?
Can we start with your name and address, please?
Okay. Good afternoon, dear Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Hong-Suk Kim, and I live at 224 Olive Avenue. And I'm speaking on behalf of the neighbors and my mother, Wonja Chung, and our family due to language barriers. So we live directly next to the proposed development at 226 Olive. We have lived here for 12 years, and I'm here today to strongly oppose this application. I will highlight several key concerns: traffic and parking with respect to variance of undersized parking, strains on infrastructure with respect to Salvia landscaping, and the impacts on privacy with respect to the rear yard setbacks, and neighborhood character that leads to failure of forecasts. So if you look at the increased traffic and consequences, there were several letters pointing out there will be increased traffic along the street. If you look at the diagram 6, it shows that since only one side of Olive Avenue has a sidewalk, the street has traditionally been a low traffic zone. The developer proposes only 2 undersized parking spots, which is grossly inadequate for a 41-foot lot with 14 bedrooms. The residents would be forced to park their extra cars on the front lawn, driveways, or on the street, which would be prohibited. During the winter season, this would make it difficult for the snowplows to clear the street. The increased parking on a relatively narrow street will also reduce visibility, which will increase the likelihood of serious accidents, particularly accidents involving children and seniors. If you look at the diagram 5, it shows that in the morning and early afternoons, the street is already busy, with parents dropping off and picking up their children from Finch Public School, which is at the corner of Estill Avenue and Olive Avenue, just half a block away from 226 Olive. Thus, more street parking from 226 Olive will worsen the congestion and cause serious accidents for children walking on Olive. I don't think yes, that one. And if you look number 2, the strengths on infrastructure, so this diagram 2 will be a realistic view with a 5-family dwelling at 226 Olive Avenue, a total of 10 garbage and recycling bins, and will now be placed in front of the lot, causing overcrowding on the curb, attracting pets, congested parking on the driveway due to lack of parking space, and thus degrading the visual landscape. In this regard, it should be noted that the 10 garbage bins will have to fit on a 41-foot lot. So the city requires the bins to be spaced half a meter apart in order to enable the arms of the waste collector to grab them. Having 10 bins on the curb that are spaced out appropriately will not work out, and even if the bins block off the driveway entrance. Furthermore, notice there are 15 bins, 3 bins for each household, that would have to be stored on the premises. The builder's drawing do not show where these 15 bins would be stored. Also, a 500% increased population density will also put a heavy strain on water and the sewer systems in this neighborhood. Some neighbors request a study be done on this before any permit is granted. If you look at diagram 4 there, residents are also concerned that reductions in soft landscaping will lead to an increase in rainwater runoff. In their letters, some residents expressed frustration that the city has already asked them to disconnect the downspouts from the sewer system to avoid excessive runoffs. But now it runs contrary to its objective by considering this development. Reductions in soft landscaping will also mean there will be less space on the lot to store snow. Snow will likely be piled up against fences, causing foundation problems for both neighboring houses, especially in long Canadian winters. And for the privacy and neighborhood character, for the rear yard setbacks of the garden suite and the windows and balconies of the main building will directly compromise backyard privacy. Families who currently enjoy separation will feel overlooked. And if you look at the diagram 3, for how the rear-facing design already raises privacy concerns, and the reduced setback of the garden suite worsens this impact. Additionally, there are no 3-story flat roof buildings in the West Willowdale neighborhood. Thus, the proposed fourplex in diagram 1 will tower over adjacent homes, block sunlight, and erode privacy. This messing is out of place in the public realm of this community. So taken together, this development would permanently alter Olive Avenue, making it less safe, less livable, less sustainable by failing the 4 tests. We are not opposed to developments, but we oppose reckless overdevelopment that disregards safety, livability, privacy, and infrastructure limits. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to reject the proposal of the main building and garden suite. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for being on time.
I have a question.
Or does anyone have questions? Mr. Maraziari? Sorry, sir, we have a question for you.
I have a question for you. So the diagram that you include in your presentation, the model is provided by the applicant or you modeled the house?
Oh, I did that. Actually, by
So how accurate is the height and because I see there's, is this accurate based on the drawings?
yes. I mean,
100%?
pardon?
Is it 100% accurate based on the drawings?
Okay. So my friend is an architect, and he did. Right now he's abroad, but he did the drawings, and he said the height will be 196.37 foot, and
Because it doesn't look right to me. It's higher and it's closer to the property setback.
okay. The reason why
Nice.
what he said was that like the 3D renderings and the diagrams cannot be perfect because it's a 3D rendering. So that's why what he did.
Okay, thanks.
But I'm here to that. I'm not to misinform the committee of adjustments because you guys are the professionals, and my friend is an architect. But like what he did was 100% correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Anything further? No? All right, next person. We'll start with your name and address, please.
Hello, Madam Chair and the committee. My name is Arpine Papazian, and I own and have resided at 256 Olive Avenue with my family for over 25 years. We are all strongly opposed to this proposal. The proposal does not fit into the character or feel of this upscale neighborhood. It is inconsistent with the city's official plan, fails to meet the statutory tests, and would cause irreversible harm to the character, safety, and livability of this community and neighborhood. Consider the strain on schools. The drastic increase in population density that will result from this proposed project and similar ones will put further strains on the already stretched out schooling in this neighborhood. These schools are already over capacity with large classes, with its consequent reduction in the quality of teaching. In their objection letters, Parents stated that they had chosen to live in this neighborhood partly because of the quality of the schooling. They do not wish further declines in these schools. Now consider the effects of trees, and I will just add to what G said. The formulas used by urban forestry require 3 trees to replace each fair tree. The applicant will be planting fewer trees that are required by this formula. The applicant's arborist report states, for the 3 outstanding replanting trees, the owner agrees to pay cash only of $583 per tree to urban forestry. We want and need trees, not money. Recently, urban forestry required many neighbors to plant trees in their front yards to increase greenery and improve uniformity. We all complied. The city should realize it is now unfair to allow this applicant to simply pay dollars to urban forestry instead of planting the required number of trees. We request that any decision to approve or modify this application should include the condition that urban forestry conduct a review of the plans. Consider the economic impact on long-term residents. A 5-plex, which is essentially what this is, these rental units are being built in a unique area as well, Willowdale, and they will be out of character with this neighborhood. It will inevitably have a negative impact on house valuations. Several residents expressed concern over this, as for many residents, their most important asset is their home, including myself. These residents have invested time, effort, and money over several years, if not decades, to build up these important assets. They should not live with the fear that one day the house next door to theirs will be turned into a monstrous, distasteful structure like the one that is being proposed here. For the seniors, this would probably be the most important component of their retirement package. It was argued that it is very unfair of the city to allow a property developer who has never lived in this neighborhood and who cares only about his or her profit to have priority over the long-term residents in this community who have worked hard to bring this neighborhood to the level it is now. It is stated that the city should be working for these long-term residents and not against them. In conclusion, the Committee of Adjustment has received well over 100 written objection letters from the residents in this neighborhood. There was not a single letter of support by any resident. There was also a petition, as you know, against this proposal that was signed by well over 300 residents. Hence, the neighborhood is urging the COA overwhelmingly to please refuse this application for a 3-story 4-plex and garden suite in its entirety. The government's policy of bringing 1.3 million immigrants to Canada in a short span of time has created infrastructural problems. This does not mean that the government should now turn onto its long-term loyal residents and property owners to solve this problem. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? No? All right. Yes, sir?
The next person is Dr. Pay online.
Okay, thank you. Next person's online. Dr. Pay? "38 Wilfred Avenue." Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Chair, yeah. Good afternoon, member of committee. My name is Dr. Wei Dongpei. I'm a Willowdale resident and a TDSB trustee. I'm here today to
Sorry,
speak
sir.
only.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, can you just give us your address, please?
Okay, I live at the 38 Wilfred Avenue.
Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. I will continue. I'm here today to speak not only for myself, but in support the almost 300 residents who have formally expressed their opposition to this proposal. This level of opposition is extraordinary. It shows clearly that this project does not reflect the view of the community. I respectfully ask that the committee take this strong and unified voice into account when making your decision. First, about our schools. Willowdale schools are already over capacity. We have portables, filling playgrounds, and wait list for programs. Increasing density on streets like Olive without any plan for school accommodation is not responsible planning. It puts more pressure on an already overburdened system and directly impacts families and the children. Second, about scale and the precedent. What is being proposed here is not a gentle or reasonable form of density. We're looking at a 3-story building with a basement unit and even garden suite. That's essentially a 5-plex on the narrow residential street. In East Willowdale, there are not even duplexes on side streets, let alone a building of this scale. Approving this would set a dangerous precedent, opening the door for more oversized, out-of-place structures that completely change the character of our neighborhood. Third, about community faith. This proposal is overwhelmingly opposed by residents because it simply does not fit. The building's massing, its height, and its intensity of use are out of step with the existing homes. It stands out as intrusive and disruptive, not as part of a cohesive neighborhood fabric. At the end of the day, this is not about saying no to all change. Residents understand the need for growth in our city, but growth has to be thoughtful, responsible, and rooted in community needs, not in the developer profits. This proposal fails on all those accounts. So on behalf of myself and the nearly 300 residents who are counting on you to listen, I strongly urge the committee to reject this application. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? No? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chris Lee. I'm residing at 280 Empress Avenue. I'm an Ontario registered architect, also live in the neighborhood. I'm here to give in my ideas of the proposals, why it's so violated to the bylaw.
Okay.
At the first and foremost, I would like to say the multiplex, fourplex, being quoted many times before the committees and also to the general public. I would like to clear out in my idea, the multiplex is referring to the number of the unit. It's not the size, not the shades, not everything else. There's no, in my example of the fourplex, multiplex can completely fit in the neighborhood. And why the proposal in front of us decide to break all the text, I had no idea. All right. The size of the proposal is calculated over 8,600 plus square feet combined, and as showing the random by the neighbor, Mr. Kim, this development is unprecedented. I would like to demonstrate this proposals also within the remaining few variants. They manipulate the numbers, also try to be inconsistent with the general public by providing no evidence of change from the very beginning, the first variant to the latest one. Okay, now I begin my foretext of the zoning bylaw. The first and the second one is just to maintain the intention of purpose of official plan and the purpose of the zoning bylaw. That's already been staged many times by the formal our planners and the neighbors regarding to the size and the development patterns, and something that it's clearly not inconsistent. It's clearly inconsistent with the adjacent neighbor. I will also like to reading a quote which I already submit to the committee. It's one of the judge verdicts by OMB case PL 170564. It's a judge verdict. I quote: is to permit use, and the intent is to permit use and the building type to including zoning standard, which once applied to a building project, result in a project that implement the official plan, does not create a nuisance and adverse planning impact, and results in a fitting and compatible land use planning solution, end quote. This judge verdicts bring us to the development proposal, clearly say that in this size and this story of the proposal development, it's non-existent and precedent in the entire Oliver and also go into the Willowdale East neighborhood. I would now, by examining the desirable of the appropriate development of the proposal. I had a very interesting development. Is the variants have been eliminated from the latest August 20 public hearing notice, which the original proposal had the height of the side extension wall with facing the side lot line, supposedly to be it's proposing 9.8 meter when zoning only allows 7.5 meter. This variant has been eliminated, but there's no evidence and no drawing has showed this change to the public. In the latest submitted plan in June 27, it's the latest plan. If we can pull up the plan and the elevation, we can get the number out. It's from the top of the building to the average ground. The height difference is actually close to 10 meter, not to the level. You can eliminate the 7.5 meter variance. So that's very inconsistent. I don't know what kind of game the applicant's proposing, and they are not given a clear picture to all of the neighborhood, also the committee. It just by looking good, we don't have this variance and something, but they show no evidence how to achieve that. So that's what I found that the very concerning, and maybe affect the judge, and maybe the judgment come out from the committee. And also the variance, I consider it's not minor, which when the numbers are correlated in the August 20 submitted variance. So the number is set. The backyard landscaping is 43.58%, which this number is questionable because I consider this number is also coming from the reducing size of the parking space, and if with all the variants being eliminated, the one that they've been keeping is the one they cannot be eliminated. So I question if this, and also this 5.1 meters, the 5.18 meters of the variant number 3, is it enough for a parking, or there's no evidence to be shown as the traffic report how this parking will achieve with the parking standard of today's Toronto, and if this number will be increased to the normal standard of which zoning allow 5.6 meter, this number is 43.58 will be much lower. So this number, they are correlated, and I find this is concerning because there's no evidence to address how can they fit this car within this tight-fitting backyard, and with the correlated number of variants. So one number change, the other number will be affected as well.
Sir, your time is up.
Yes, I'll be summing up everything. Just the the last effect I want to mention is that even though everyone's agree that the garden suite 45-degree angle plan it's been considered, but that is to consider as the applicant. What it does to affect the neighbor is for the neighbor in the backyard or the side yard, they are looking at a 6-meter tall wall with no window, with no nothing, right? 45 degrees supposed to well, until today it's not been eliminated. It will provide sky views and other pleasant during the enjoyment of the backyard. But now they're facing 6-meter tall wall, according to the plan that the applicant submitted. So that's a movie theater. That's a movie theater where all the neighbors have to suffer around. So that's my text of the full text, and I believe the proposal in front of everyone now is somehow questionable, and I don't feel that is in the spirit of the zoning bylaw. Hence, I strongly urge the committee to take a close look and react regarding to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for this? No? Speaker? Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Greg Wong. My wife and I here today live on 210 Olive. On behalf of the residents of Olive and East Willowdale, I'm here today to summarize our concern for the proposed development at 226 Olive. First, we want to thank the members of the Committee of Adjustment and the city staff for listening to our concern today. We hope that you will consider not just the technical aspect of the application, but also the overall impact on the residents. Second, we would like to thank all the nearly 300 neighbors who signed the petition in opposition and the many neighbors who are here today. Standing up for your neighbors, your families, and your community is the hallmark of civic action and the foundation of strong neighborhoods. Finally, we'd like to thank our speakers today. Thank you to Terry, G, Chris, Alpin, Dr. Pei, Chris, and others who might be speaking. Your voices are informed and passionate. We also want to thank Councillor Lily Chung and her office for their continued support of our opposition. As noted in the documents submitted and the presentation here today, there are many reasons why this application should be refused. First, as noted in the city staff report of June 2nd, the application should be refused if the 7 variants are not corrected. To this day, 3 variants are still outstanding. 2, as noted in the city transportation report of June 5th, a number of changes were requested, and to the best of our knowledge, this has not been fully modified. 3, as noted in the city forestry report of June 5th and September 4th, 2 outstanding conditions remain. As well as you heard today, our own arborists state that the applicant cannot cause any damage or remove the healthy tree in the neighbor's property. We ask that on technical ground, this application should be refused. As noted by our speakers today, it is our opinion that this application does not meet the 4 tests. 1, this is an effective 5-plex in a single-family neighborhood. 2, this is a 3-story building in a 2-story neighborhood. 3, this is a garden suite with neither garden space nor green space. 4, this is removing existing healthy trees when we actually need more green canopy. 4, this is a 13 or 14 bedroom with 16 ensuite/bathrooms. This is a potential 19 to 20 residents on one property. This is 2 parking spots for 20 residents on a street with no overnight parking. This is a significant increase in demand for public services, garbage collection, utilities, schools, parking enforcement, snow removal, privacy, and more. This is an overnight 500% increase in density. Pure and simple, this is a potential rooming house in a single-family neighborhood. We ask that based on these 4 tests, these applications should be refused. We know the current demand for affordable housing. This application is not about affordable housing. Affordable housing should be considered in terms of both affordable rental and affordable home ownership. This is not affordable rental housing. The project is $4.7 million. This is not affordable home ownership. The units are not condos. This is essentially about utilizing the current planning policy for multiplex to maximize density with a somewhat misguided hope to maximizing profit. We as residents are not against development. We're just against bad development. This is a poorly thought through development, and we ask that this application be refused. Finally, since May, this issue has galvanized the neighbors of Olive and the surrounding area. We have learned the value of neighbor supporting neighbor. We have learned about civic engagement. We have reached out and met our elected representative. We have become better and more informed citizens in support of our neighborhood and our city. Toronto is a great city with great neighborhood. Some people prefer to live the nightlife and live downtown. Some people prefer the solace of the beaches. Some people prefer the convenience of the malls in Scarborough. And some prefer the tranquility of a single-family neighborhood. They purchase home and invest in neighborhood of their choice. And in each neighborhood, the residents will always stand up for their chosen neighborhood. This application has close to 300 neighbors objecting. And as you heard, not a single person in support. This speaks volumes about the desire of the resident of East Willowdale. In closing, each of us are feeling the stress in today's world due to uncertainties in our economic, cultural, and national future. In East Willowdale, this one application has caused havoc for the residents of Olive and the surrounding area. And all we really want in this current stress-filled world is the serenity that we found in our homes for the past decades. For all the reasons noted above, we ask the committee to support the residents, to support the neighborhood, to support our city, and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question for you, sir?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I have a question. You have mentioned in your presentation that there were two variances were not changed and modified based on the community planning report. Could you please name those two variances? Can we have a staff to public notice and to facilitate for the
I think
gentleman? And if you can point at which variances are the ones that you're referring to?
I think originally there was 12 or 13 variances. They cut it back down, and then right now in the most recent applications, there are about 3 variances that was still remaining, that was requested by the staff to be removed. I don't have the 2 documents. One document is where's page 1? In the staff letter of June 2nd, they listed a bunch of variances that should be removed, and of the 7 variants that the staff requested to remove, 3 are still outstanding. Okay. Yeah, that's it.
That's the report, right?
Yes.
You see.
Yeah.
And from the public notice? Through you, Madam Chair, can we have the public notice from the, not the June?
From current?
Yes, because the gentleman is indicating that there are some remained and they are not changed. So I just want to know what are those variances?
Sorry, can we put the public notice back up? The current, sorry. Yeah, we read that.
The planning clearly remove all the objections, so
Yeah.
there's no point in going there.
No.
Okay.
Planning doesn't have any further objection
There
at
is a
this point.
report of planning that is
They've
supporting.
been satisfied by the applicant that they have no further concerns. So I don't think there's anything to rehash from the original application.
I do want to point out that variance 3 from the first public notice was eliminated in the public notice that just went out. It's related to the sidewall height. So I'm going to be asking the applicant why that has been removed, because the plans have not changed.
I think one of the speakers mentioned that, so
Yeah.
that's something we'll ask the applicant. But do we have any further questions for the resident at this
No,
point?
through you, Madam Chair, I think it's clear. That was the point I was trying to ask you to clarify, but as you see on the
Yes, I think,
projector, right?
yes. The point that I'm trying to make is that even though the staff say they have no objection, but the variance, even though it's reduced, is still a variance, and it's still outstanding. Okay? So there's a difference in technical terms, I guess, being accepted by the staff, but it's still a variance that was accepted by the staff. Okay? Does that
Right.
help?
Yeah, I think we understand.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Benkowski, can we come back and address the several concerns that have been raised by the residents?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Chair, and thank you to the residents. I do want to stick with the staff report that was up there, because I do think it's important, because what was just mentioned was completely not true. If we could bring up the staff report of the 6 changes that are identified in that staff report, I think there might be some confusion between eliminating variances and modifying variances. Everything from the original staff report in June, of those 6 points, is reflective of what is before the committee today. Again, I think the confusion is of what's been eliminated and what's been modified. So all of those 6 are now, again, as per the proposal that is before you today. And as such, why we have then the staff report indicating no objection to the proposal that is before you today. I would also like to go to the transportation report. A couple of people mentioned transportation having an objection. If we go to the transportation report, there is no objection from transportation. There is no objection to the parking space sizes that are reduced. In fact, the reduction in the length of the parking spaces is essentially 16 inches. So we're talking about a request to reduce the parking space by 16 inches to put it into a little bit more of a realistic point. So I also want to speak about the counselor. We don't even have a letter from the counselor on file before you today. Again, reflective maybe of the proposal and how it is in keeping with council's direction to have multiplexes as well as garden suites, again, provided how they are masked. Now, through you, Madam Chair, Ms. Martin, you spoke about how we eliminated the main wall height variance. If we could bring up the latest set of plans, please. So on the latest set of plans, within the new multiplex, you're permitted to exceed the main wall height to go up to the maximum height, provided you set in the 3rd floor walls a minimum of 1.4 meters. So when we see the side elevation, we will notice that the 3rd floor has been set in 1.4 meters at the front as well as the rear main wall. What that does is 2 things. Not only does that eliminate the variance itself, that actually reduces the mass as you see it from the street. Because as you're looking up,
the picture?
Yeah,
Can you bring up the plan of that? Because I didn't see that.
you have to go down to the side elevation. And through you, Madam Chair, Ms. Martin, when we had our community meeting the other day, we had the same issue, and that's not the correct one. So there is one that has the 3rd floor set in the 1.4 meters. I would also note that this was done through a zoning review. So there is a zoning review that has been sent in, so the variances in terms of that are reflective of that. But I do agree with you, Ms. Martin. I couldn't find it the other day. I did email our caseworker. It is on the AIC somewhere.
I still can't find it.
We had the same problem on Monday night, but I can assure you we have filed them. So essentially what you would see is the 3rd floor at the front and the back, the front main wall and the rear main wall set in 1.2 meters at both. I do have it on my computer if you'd like me to walk in front of you and show you also. No, it has the 3rd floor is set in 1.4 meters at the front and the back.
And you can see it on the elevation or on?
Correct.
It's not the 3rd floor. They've set in the 1st floor.
No, the 3rd floor.
Well, it shows the
I know.
1st floor, not the 3rd. So the massing is still perceived the same.
that is what it should look like.
Oh, yeah, we don't have that.
We don't have that.
Sorry?
It has to be up there. I mean, I messaged the caseworker the other day, Deputy Secretary, and I was told it was up there. This is the proposal that
Yeah.
went to the city. I'm happy to email it and we could put it up on the screen.
Did it go out to the residents?
I don't think the elevation would have been included in the
No.
package anyways.
But you said it's on the AIC, or,
I messaged our caseworker saying we couldn't find it when we had our meeting, right? And I was told it was there. I can,
maybe it's mismarked? What? No, it's a revised plan. Does it have a date?
okay, so it says, I have it date stamp received by Jenny Coates, 9:55 a.m. June 27th, and this is the reply she sent me the other day. When did we? I'm not sure. I would assume June 27th.
Who should he send it to? On the AIC? I don't know if you're gonna find it, but good luck.
I still have a lot more to go through here also. Oh, there it is. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it right there.
So it is up? It was there? Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah, so through Madam Chair, Ms. Martin, because they're recessed, you can go to the overall height, provided you do the 1.4 recess of the front and the rear main walls from the zoning bylaw itself. And again, I would stress this did go through a zoning review itself. Okay, so just to go back to, again, we have no city agency, transportation, development, engineering, planning, the counselor, no negative aspects to this. I want to go to the report submitted by Mr. Mills. If we could bring up Mr. Mills' report, because his report largely dealt with what he considered to be open space for an apartment building. I want to stress, this is not an apartment building. This is a 4-unit dwelling plus a garden suite. The 4-unit zoning bylaw amendment permits 4 units. Nowhere in there does it mention an apartment building. An apartment building is anything more than 4 units in one building. The 4 plus 1 does not make it an apartment building. As such, if we could just bring up his report, and I believe go to page 4, is where he identifies a lot of the OP policies. These OP policies don't even apply to the proposal that is before you today. The OP policies he spoke of are for apartment neighborhoods in the OP, which clearly this is not an apartment neighborhood. Additionally, he spoke about achieving the overall objectives of the plan. Those are essentially mid-rise guidelines. If the city's intent was to have exterior or indoor amenity space for multiplexes, it would have been put in the zoning bylaw, just like it's in the zoning bylaw for residential apartment categories. It would have been put in there. It is no way applicable to where we are today because it's not a request that is before you today. The word overbuild was also used by Mr. Mills. The coverage before you is for 31.36%, where 30% is permitted. If this were to be a standard 3-plex with a garden suite, we could be up to 45%, which would increase the massing at the grade and increase the area of the garden suite at the rear with the elimination of the angular planes that we all agree really isn't there. Yes, on page, he does go over it. So yeah, I think it's the official plan portions. But nonetheless, I kind of reviewed, those are mid-rise guidelines, as well as the quote he spoke to of the enhancing our neighborhoods is for apartment neighborhoods in the official plan, not for neighborhoods. Can we bring up the plans quickly? We didn't really review the plans. I kind of ran out of time, but I appreciate Ms. Martin's question. But there was some talk of privacy. Again, the massing is permitted. Rear windows on a building face have no limit. It can be all glass on a single-family house.
Can I ask a question of the applicant?
Well, maybe we'll let him finish and then
All
you can
right.
ask.
Okay, finish.
I have a lot. Okay. Okay, we also had, the second speaker spoke to 4.1.5 to respect and reinforcing the physical character of a neighborhood. You can't use an official plan policy to speak of something in the zoning bylaw. That's backwards planning. The official plan permits this building type. It permits this built form. Respecting and reinforcing is a completely different manner if this wasn't permitted. That is exactly why we have SAS policies that speak to the performance of, now you have a multiplex, this is what it should look like, this is where it should be massed, and I reviewed those policies. So you can't take the official plan to speak against something that is permitted in the zoning bylaw. That just doesn't make sense at all. There was also some talk of urban forestry. As the committee knows, urban forestry would have visited the site. If they had an issue with the trees coming down, you would have a report in front of you. In fact, council has instructed urban forestry to recommend refusal for any multiplex that is taking down a healthy tree. In this instance, as you can see from here, they are not recommending refusal. That is any multiplex, regardless if it is removing a healthy tree, it is to be recommended for refusal. I also want to speak to the balcony. There is one balcony that is on the third floor recessed portion. There is no variance before you today. That is permitted in the zoning bylaw. Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Fazeli, you spoke of the massing map that was put up there. I do appreciate your comments. I can tell you that is wildly inaccurate, and we know this because the survey shows the height of the adjacent property's roof. The adjacent property has a roof line of 196.02. What is proposed before you today is 196.37. And again, stressing that 196.37 is zoning bylaw compliant. There is no request for a height. So in terms of the massing, we're essentially a foot or 0.34 meters greater than the adjacent dwelling. Okay, I would like to speak to a couple of the things the architect here, I believe his office is on Yonge Street, spoke of. He spoke of an adverse planning impact for this property. Remember, the adverse planning impact has to be related to the variances itself. We're not too high, we're not too long. Our setbacks aren't too close. Our front setback isn't pushed forward too much. You can't create an adverse planning impact from a variance that is not there. The acceptable impact is the zoning bylaw itself. The siting of the building as it faces Olive is zoning bylaw compliant in all aspects. Oh, if we could just go up to the site plan. There was also some talk of the angular plane. I just would like to show one quick measurement. Yeah, if we could stay there. If we look at the adjacent property, specifically to the west, from the rear wall to the proposed front wall of our garden suite is 14.47 meters, essentially 47 feet 6. So I would assume in the 47 feet, you would be able to have enough amenity space within there that there wouldn't really be any adverse impact from an angular plane that, again, we know wouldn't be there if this was as per the OREG. I believe, oh, one last thing. We would be amenable to permeable pavers in the rear yard. And I do want to just address the soft landscaping as it relates to the rear yard. If we were to eliminate one of the proposed parking spaces, we would eliminate 3 variances as such. Part of the struggle with these multiplexes is, do you provide parking or do you not? We know the zoning bylaw does not require any parking for this. If we take one spot away, we eliminate the variance for the parking space size, the 2 variances for the parking space size, as well as the rear yard landscaping. In my opinion, the modest reduction we're proposing in the rear yard soft landscaping is acceptable. Again, given that this is going to be a new building, which will require a grading plan from building, being able to show the retention of all of the water on this lands. And again, we would be okay with permeable paver. Oh, one last thing. There was talk of precedence. This isn't a precedent-setting case before you. This is a permitted fourplex and a permitted garden suite. It really comes down to whether the variances are appropriate and desirable. and what that impact is to the surrounding neighbors and the immediate neighborhood, I can tell you I didn't hear anything, not only from Mr. Mills, a professional planner, as well as the residents, of the actual variances that are before you. I didn't hear anything about the adverse impact. And that's it, Madam Chair. I do thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. All right. Questions of the applicant? Ms. Martin?
Sure. So I'm just reading the previous, I hate to dwell on this, but I'm just trying to get my head around it. Because it says that the permitted maximum height of all side exterior main walls is to be 7.5 meters. It looks like you've indented, you said you've gone back 1.4 meters on one side.
Both sides.
Both sides?
Yeah.
I didn't see that in the drawing.
If you go, it's on both.
And how are we tying that drawing to the package that is before us? That's what I would ask. I don't know if I'd ask you or ask. No, but if it's not, it's got to be, we've got to make sure it's included in the package and tied to, if, it's got to be tied somehow.
It can be tied to it.
No, I'm
part of the
saying
material
that
submitted.
it can't be just a plan floating in without any connection to this either refusal or approval, right?
You can tie that plan.
Yeah,
It's
it
part
would
of
have to
the
be tied.
part of the package.
Any of us would have to tie it.
But it's
Because
not
we've got to
related to a
make sure it's
variance.
built. If that is in fact the rule and planning has eliminated that variance, then it has to be tied. That's all I'm saying. I'm not,
Okay, do you have another question?
uh,
Or do you want someone else?
somebody else can speak.
No questions? Anyone else? Mr. Fazeli? No? Back to you if you have another question. All right. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll take this into committee now.
Thank you.
Does someone want to start off the conversation? Or make a motion? I struggle with it. I'm struggling with it because the applicant is correct. The use is permitted. The variances are quite minor in the relative scheme of things. It's whether we believe the cumulative impact of the variances. And I do definitely sympathize with the residents. I understand this is a huge change for the neighborhood. And I think that the city did not anticipate, in my opinion, a multiplex and a garden suite on the same lot of this size. Maybe on a much bigger lot, possibly, but I don't think that thought really crossed their mind, and the multiple bedroom type of units, which is going to increase the population. But those are unrelated to the variances, those concerns that I have. You know, how the residents have raised the issue of the amenity space and how that many people are going to, be able to share that small amenity space. I don't know. I really struggle with it.
I think your comments are valid. I also don't think it is, I think that more work can be done on how it fits in with the neighborhood and the existing architecture of the neighborhood and how it sort of blends in. I think more work can be done in that respect.
Ms. Sankar? I think you're muted.
So sorry.
That's okay.
Through you, Madam Chair. This is a really difficult one for me. because while I'm looking at the variances, you know, I'm still considering how it sort of fits in the neighborhood, which is one of our tests. So while the variances on paper might look very minor, I just think hearing the testimonies of everyone and how they're feeling about this, even though we know it's a movement towards this type of infrastructure and development that we have to embrace. It is a council-wide decision-making for various reasons, and that includes, you know, a number of different policies that are coming in, you know, to create more affordable housing in the Toronto area. And so I completely empathize with that. But I'm struggling because one of our tests is to see, you know, how is this fitting in the neighborhood? And I just feel that maybe it wasn't as gentle or sensitive approach. You know, to me, it's like everything all in one. And I didn't look at the pictures that one of those residents had put in that maybe were not up to scale, et cetera. But just from the testimony that was described, it just feels like it's too much in one go instead of maybe a staged approach. I'm not sure, and I haven't seen much sort of like this. So that's the one thing that I'm struggling with. Does it fit within the neighborhood? But then the question is, like, as we develop this as a new direction and a new policy, we're going to have these as the one-offs. And so when do we start, and when do we actually help with the overburdening of people needing housing? I don't know what it is, but if I'm given 4 tests, I'm not sure that it passes that one. And so I'm still struggling. I'd like to hear what others think.
Mr. Marziari?
Yes, certainly not an easy one, but I think, I personally think the applicant made an improvement to the application. Probably, I think the main thing that I'm struggling is the one of the tests. I think the variances are minor. I personally think that these are minor. The general intent and purpose of the city's official plan is maintained. I think it does. It is. And also the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning bylaw is maintained. I think it meets this one. The only test that I'm struggling is the proposal is appropriate for the development of the land, and it's desirable and fitting in the neighborhood. I personally think that that's the only one that I'm struggling, and I think it fails that test. I'm not ready to make a motion, but I think this is the one that I'm trying to understand how this really fits in the neighborhood. And from all the objections, I don't think it really meets that test.
I'll just throw something else in there. I think we had an application this morning that had, I think it was a laneway suite, but I think I mentioned that these regulations that the city has in the zoning bylaw are relatively new. They were given a lot of review and thought by various people, and I'm not sure there's enough rationale for supporting changes to those. You know, that there should be that much flexibility to accommodate the use, because this is definitely increasing density in the neighborhood one way or another. Whether it's the multiplex or a garden suite with a detached home, it's going to increase the density, which was the city's goal. Not sure it needed to be done with a sledgehammer the way this appears to be. You know, it's just, again, I agree with Mr. Marziari that the variances are minor. It's whether they are together desirable for this property. They might be desirable elsewhere, but I'm not sure on this property. So I'll leave it at that.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks everyone for sharing their thoughts. I think what I'm hearing more, and what I think is, in this regard, the variances to me, like as my colleague mentions, I believe it meets the fortis in that regard. In terms of the discussion, Mr. Margiari was talking about failing the fit within the neighborhood. So imagining that there are no variances here, we don't have any variances. So the applicant can build as of right. It's permitted. So the fourplex is permitted, but I think many talks about the building of the fourplex is that everyone would say, oh, it doesn't fit the neighborhood, even though there are no variances, right? They just want to build the fourplex. Okay, so, but many people and residents within the city, everywhere, it's a new change. The look doesn't fit generally, but it is permitted. It is permitted. So my stand is different on here. So I think the fourplex is permitted. I totally understand that in the regard of like saying sometimes when we are building like a house, let's say, we say the variances are not like the overall together, it's not fitting within the characteristic of neighborhood. That's understandable because variances are involved, right? And the variances here to me are okay. And it does, the fourplex is permitted too. So I have a different stand on that with my other colleagues. So these are my comments.
Okay, we need someone to make a motion. Ms. Sankar?
Well, sorry, I wanted to say that, Mr. Fazeli does raise a good point. I mean, regardless of what, let's say these minor variances weren't there, he still has as of right to build what he's built, whether it's, accepted or not, in the neighborhood. And so, maybe that's the perception and the what I'm going to go for. So if you would like, I can make a motion on this.
I don't
If
see
no one
anyone
says-
else looking to make a motion, so if you would like to make one.
Okay,
Oh.
so I don't see anything from transportation. I do know that there is one for urban forestry. And I'm just looking to make sure that I haven't, because it was such a long application, that I haven't missed anything from community planning. All right, so I just want to make sure no further comments from community planning. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this application based on all of the discussion that we've had. And based on the fact that, it's true, as of right, he would have had the opportunity to build this. Whether my motion goes through or not, that is going to be my motion to approve this application, and it's going to be subject to forestry conditions number 2 and 3. If I'm missing anything else, please let me know.
I think you have everything. Do we have a seconder? Is there transportation? Oh, yes, they want some, there are some transportation conditions for, I think, something to do with the parking in the backyard and the
Okay.
aisle width. So
I'd
we'll add
seen-
those on?
Yeah, I'd seen the email that had said no objection. So yes, conditions of transportation. I'm seeing the letter here from September 4th.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, Mr. Fazeli. All those in favor of the motion?
Can I add something before I
To the motion?
join the motion?
If the,
Yes, because I think Mr. Fazeli is right. Just to clarify, I think if we remove the 2 parkings at the back, we will eliminate 3 variances, and it's almost as of right. The build form is not changed, but it's going to be a totally different application in terms of like number of variances, and so I think as we all know, the fourplex is as of right, and we're not questioning that. And this application could come with no variance with the same build form. So I'll join the motion and I support that.
All right, so, sorry, all in favor of the motion? No. No. Because we've got a motion on the floor, we have to vote on it.
Mr. Mazzari, you weren't making a change to the parking space variance number 3.
No, I'm not.
or
I'm not
anything,
saying to
right?
change that. I'm just trying to explain why I'm joining the
Okay.
motion. I'm not saying that. I think the parking variance is minor to me. And also the variance that it creates with the soft yard landscaping and the size of parkings are minor. So I'm just saying the reason for the change of my comment. That's my only comment.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we have, let's take a vote again on that motion. In favor? 1, 2, Mr. Fazeli, Mr. Marziari, and Ms. Sankar are in favor. Opposed? Ms. Martin and Ms. Casson. So that application has been approved. Sorry?
Nowadays, lots of building condominium is vacant. Oh my God, your policy is terrible. It's a whip.
We had two against me, and that guy was I thought we had it, but he changed his mind.
It was sway. It's back. It's like this.
Thank you, consolation. I have an 18. I get an 18 status. My grandmother was Indian, and she wasn't from Willowdale, and she was Indian. So I have an 18 status. That's why I applied for it.
Oh my God, terrible politician. Oh my God. We pay tax for that vote. Politician, why? Oh my God, terrible politician. Oh my God.
You are welcome to take your conversation outside the chamber, but we need to continue on with the meeting right now. We have a number of people waiting for their items to be considered. So we are going to, are we on? Thank you. All right, the next item is item 15, 390 Milwood Road. This is to construct a rear two-story addition and convert an existing garage to storage. Also deferred from the June 12th, 2025 meeting. We have variances for building depth, floor space index, west side yard setback, and number of required parking spaces. On file, we have a survey, plans from July 18th, a cover letter, a transportation services memo, one letter of support from 97 Milwood, one letter of concern from 243 Belsize, which is behind the property, and then we have the previous agenda package from June 12th and a late community planning report. Do we have our applicant?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Roshan Thuru. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services, Inc., located at 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200. I'm the agent for this application.
Thank you very much. And we don't have anyone here regarding this application. All right, does anyone have any concerns? Do we want a presentation? The community planning report, can we just pull that? Oh, it's up. No. I think they just are requesting that the west side yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And you don't have any concern with that?
Yes, we have no concerns or objections to that.
Right. All right. I think we'll take this into committee then. Yeah. Anyone?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. If there are no comments, I'm okay to forward a motion. So no comments, I don't see. No. Okay. Yes, for approval of this application, subject to, as mentioned, the west side yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to staff report on September 4th. I also would like to mention the transportation. I think there are, let me check if there are any conditions. No, there are memo. That's a memo, and they're just comments. No, they're not conditions. Yeah. They're advisory, it seems like it. So I leave that out.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Ms. Sankar? All in favor of the motion? That is unanimous. The application's been approved. Okay, item 16 was deferred, so we are on to item 17, 28 Elfindale Crescent. This is an application to alter the existing dwelling by the construction of a two-story rear addition on the west side and a second-story front addition above the existing garage. This was deferred on July 24th, 2025. The variances are for west side yard setback and lot coverage. On file, we have a survey, plans, photos, community planning report, and the previous agenda package from July 24th, 2025. Are applicants in front of us? I think the microphone's not on.
There we go. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Kirsten Thompson, and I'm the agent representing the owner of 28 Elfindale. My address is 113 Montrose Avenue.
Thank you. We don't have anyone here on this application, I don't believe, so do we need a presentation? Any questions for the applicant? No. Unless there's something you're wanting to tell us, we'll just take it into committee for a decision.
I think it's fairly straightforward with just two minor variance requested that have lots of precedence in the neighborhood, so.
Right, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's take it into committee.
Okay, I'm happy to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application. It's very straightforward and it meets the 4 tests.
Thank you. Mr. Fazeli seconds that. All in favor? That is unanimously approved.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, number 18, 27 Courtland Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear addition with a basement walk-up and a new deck, deferred from July 24th. The variances are for floor space index, side yard setback to the south lot line, roof eave projection into the south side lot line. On file, we have the minutes from July 24th, 25, survey, plans, site photos, tree location plans, presentation, TTC report, previous agenda package from July 24th, 2025, and a late letter of support from 29 Courtland Avenue. Do we have our applicant?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee members. I'm Kyutek Kim. Yeah, I'm the agent representing the owner of 27 Courtland Avenue, and my address is 2347 Kennedy Road in Scarborough.
Perfect, thank you. Do we need a presentation? Anyone? Right. This one I just wanted to check where the location was again. Courtland. Oh yeah. This one I was reviewing the TTC comments, but to me, right. But this is an existing dwelling, and they're doing an addition to it. I can't imagine it's interfering with the TTC. I don't know. I don't think it's applicable, or it's not something we need to make a condition. Ms. Sankar.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm not hearing the questions that are being asked. I only hear you responding to it.
Oh, sorry.
But I do want to say that I wanted to ask you through you, Madam Chair, so if we were making a motion, would we have to subject it to the TTC report as well? Because it seems like there is a specific study that's underway, and should the application be subject to the completion of that review? Should we approve it?
Yeah, I think this is similar to some of the Metrolinx comments. I think if it was on Yonge Street, it would definitely need to be reviewed by TTC, but the fact that it's a street in from Yonge Street, it's an addition, it's not a brand new house. They're not excavating, I don't believe. I don't think it's appropriate to put a lot of conditions on. I just don't think it's relevant. I think it's a standard comment that TTC probably made. I don't know if anyone disagrees with me.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think what I'm looking at the conditions that they have, it's more about like kind of to complete like a request of review level form. It's more kind of an administration and agreements that they're asking the applicant to have with them. Those type of procedures, most likely.
Mr. Secretary Treasurer, sorry to interrupt. Just a question regarding the TTC comments on this application. They're asking for a technical review. It's a addition to an existing house that's being proposed. It's not on the corridor, but it's in proximity. Normally we would probably not subject the applicant to this level of detail. A technical review is pretty extensive, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I don't normally comment on whether you should, if it's applicable, to put a condition on. That's entirely in the hands of committee.
Okay.
That said, it's not unheard of if you wanted to perhaps ask the applicant if they understand the level of
Maybe
owners.
Maybe they know. Okay, sure. All right. We're in committee, aren't we? Are we in committee? Let's step out of committee for one moment to ask the applicant. Have you had any contact with TTC, or are you aware of any requirement for that?
Yeah, I'm working with them actually. So I
Okay.
contacted the TTC review team, and then we got the first comment, which is very minor. And
Okay.
then technically, this subject property is away from the TTC property, like about 45 meter.
Right.
Yeah. Whereas because of the 60-meter development review zone, so that's why they request the technical review, level 1, which is the lowest level for review. So we are almost like getting the last stage of the review.
Okay, so it's okay that if we apply these conditions, you're already complying with them?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Even though you apply the condition, yeah, we have no problem. And
All
anyway,
right.
we got to deal with that, yeah.
All right, that's great, thank you. Did you hear that, Ms. Sankar? Did you hear the?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's go back into committee, and does someone want to make a motion? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I think that's, the application is pretty self-explanatory. I don't think that there's anything to me that jumps out as something worrisome. Haven't seen any other reports besides the advisory comments or that review by the TTC, for which you've provided some good explanations as to what you would consider given your planning experience. So I'll put forward a motion to accept or approve this application. And it is, I don't think there's anything else that I needed to add. There's no forestry or anything. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes.
Marziari, second? All right, all in favor? That is unanimously approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, item 19, 58 Burbank Drive to construct a new detached dwelling. Variances for south side yard setback, building length, building depth, coverage, percentage of front yard landscaping, height of north side exterior main wall, and number of stories. On file, we have a survey, site plan, site plan revised. I guess a revised site plan, revised plans, presentation, tree photos, community planning report, 2 letters of support from 51 Milwood Crescent and 56 Burbank Drive. And our applicant is in front of us. Welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, and committee staff. I am Hamid Behesht from Homeland, the co-designer of the house from 49 Wycliffe Crescent. And if I may, I would like first to announce 2 changes and corrections, please.
Okay.
First, it's item number 3, which must be a typo. It's not about the building depth, it's the building length. So kindly change in the second sentence, the proposed building length is the correct one. Okay. And also, upon the suggestions of the planning staff, I would like to increase the item number 5, I would like to increase the proposed front yard landscaping from 55 to 57%, please.
Thank you. All right. We don't have nobody in the audience for this item. There's nobody here. Do we want a presentation, or does anyone have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Marziari.
Well, I don't need a presentation. I just want to make sure the applicant knows that is okay with the recommendation by planning staff.
Absolutely, yes. I was in contact with them, and I'm okay with the conditions, yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant?
Through you, Madam Chair, just a quick question. For the building length, I'm assuming if you have any similar examples within the neighborhood or any explanation on this?
There are, of course, several similarities in the neighborhood, but I don't I didn't prepare anything because I was not expecting these questions, but I have a good explanation of that, if I may. Kindly show slide number 2, please. All right. These slanted pink arrows are the way they measure the building length and building depth, because the measurement has to be perpendicular to the front property line. And since the front property line is slanted compared to the side property lines, that's the way you see in the site plan, that's the way they measure it. The exact, actually physical, real building length of this property is the dimension, which I hope you can see it if Sam can zoom it out a little bit. It is 17.58 meters only. But the reason why you see this 19.56 is because the one-story bump out at the back of the building has been added to this building length. And there's a reason for it. This bump out has several conditions. One is the depth, which is allowed to be up to 2 meters. Ours is 1.98, so we have followed the depth. And then it's this one-story extension needs to be at least 3 meters from both the side yard setbacks, so side yard property lines. And we have obviously followed this condition as well, because our side yard setbacks for this one-story extension is much more. And then the third condition is the width of this one-story extension, which is not allowed to be more than 50%. Ours is less than 50%. The only reason why you see this variance, actually I can show it in the next slide, please. Number 3, that's great. The only reason why we have this building length is the increase of the height of this one-story extension. This is supposed to be 5 meters. Ours is 5.19. It's only 19 centimeters, which is less than 8 inches higher than what is allowed, and that automatically adds to the building length. That extra height is really minor. That's the tiny blue stripe at the middle of the drawing. So basically the real building length, physical real building length is 17.58 only. Technically it's 1936.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your drawings. They're very helpful. Simple, but helpful.
Thanks.
All right. Any further questions? No? All right. Should we take it into committee? Mr. Marziari?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If my colleagues don't have any comment, I'm ready to make a motion to approve this application as amended. So I'm going to read out the amendments. So variance number 3, the building length to be 19.56, and also variance number 5 to be increased to 57%, also subject to the 2 conditions of the planning staff, and I don't see any other condition to add. So that's my motion.
Yeah, I second that.
Thank you, and Mr. Fazeli seconds that. All in favor? That is unanimously carried. Your application
Thank you so much,
approved.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
committee members. And thank you, Ms. Zinkar from far away.
She waved. All right, item number 20, 6 Ealing Drive. This is an application to construct a 1-story rear addition and rear deck. We have variances for south side yard setback, building length, and building depth. On file, we have a survey, plans, supporting material, and 6 form letters of support. Do we have our applicant? A lot of rear 1 and 2 story additions today, don't we? I thought I was making a mistake.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome.
Oh, yes, can you hear?
Yes?
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, Chair and the members of committees. My name is Brad New. I'm the applicant and the designer for 6 Eling Drive.
And your address?
6 Erling Drive.
Yes, sorry, your address, not the property.
Oh, by the 18 Karen Street.
Thank you.
Yeah, the proposal before you is for 1-story rear
No,
addition.
I'm going to stop you because we don't really need a presentation unless you
Okay, that's good.
wanted to point something out. I think we're okay
Yeah.
going into committee. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? No? All right. We'll just take this into committee for a decision if you're okay with that.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Mr. Fazeli?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'd like to support this application by forwarding motion for approval. I think it's meets the 4 tests. I don't see any other conditions. So that's the motion for me.
Thank you. Seconder? Ms. Sankar? All those in favor? That is unanimous. The application has been approved. You're welcome. Not bad. Okay,
Not bad. So, Madam Chair, can I?
Sorry? Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just want to do a quick reminder that when the members are speaking or making a motion, please speak into the microphone. Some of us who are sort of doing our decisions remotely and for minute taking, it's helpful to be able to hear clearly.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, we have reached the end of the 2 o'clock agenda, so we can start the 4 p.m. agenda, or does anyone need a quick break? Okay, apparently we need a relief break, so we're going to take 5 minutes. Can someone turn us on? All right, we are back and we are dealing with item 21, 28 Goodwill. Oh, and I forgot to change my agenda. One moment, I'm sorry. We had a long 2 o'clock agenda. 4, 2, 10. There we go. One moment. Oh, I can't seem to move it. All right, I will. Oh, I can't even navigate it. What is going on? Yeah, I can't open it. Nope. One sec. 2, 10. Oh my goodness, where did it go? And p.m., 10 p.m. Seem to have. Oh, it's over here. I apologize. Here we go. I don't know why it's not opening. It's saying that it's installing an update on Adobe. Really? It's just kind of not showing up here. But it doesn't actually show that it's.
That happened once to me, and I had to restart my computer.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Sorry.
It looks like now it might be up. One moment. I think so. Oh, what is that? No, I don't want your free trial. One moment. I think I'm okay now. Yeah, I think I'm good. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, 28 Goodwill Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling. Yes, yes. Do you want me to start with that? Sorry for the 4 o'clock agenda, conflicts. I think Ms. Martin has a conflict on item 26, the 93 Mona Drive. Okay, so we'll excuse you at that time. Okay, item 21, 28 Goodwill. Application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a one-story rear addition and rear deck. So this is, we have variances for building length and building depth. On file, we have a survey, plans, tree photos, and a community planning report. Do we have our applicant?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Khalid Ibrahim from IDIM Architects. I am the architect and the agent of this application.
And your address?
1540 Cornwall Road, Unit 223, Oakville.
Thank you. We don't have anybody here on this item. Is it? Okay. Have you seen the community planning report?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any comments?
Yes, actually, the planner tried to reach out to us last week, and we called him back several times. And he got back to us on Monday after he wrote the report, and I discussed with him the rationale behind why we're having these numbers, and he was okay with that. But he said we won't be able to revise the report now, and he sent an email to Emily in this regards, and I think it's added to our presentation because the variances were created because of the garage location. The garage is projected beyond the front wall by 3.94 meters. And if we measure the building length and depth from the livable space front wall to the rear wall of the proposed addition, the proposed building length will be 17.41 meters, and there will be no building depth variance. And they are like similar houses in the neighborhood with the same or bigger building length and depth. If you could please scroll up. I made the table of the comparables for the approved applications before. They're like around 16 applications with even more building length and depth. And this is the thing that what I discussed with the planner, that we meet the neighborhood character because we are within the numbers. And actually that number is created because of the garage location, and there is no livable space above the garage.
All right. Do we have that memo? Anyone? Okay. I think I'm looking at the building length and depth, and it doesn't seem to be a big issue because we're talking about an existing dwelling and they're adding on to it. All right. I don't think we need a presentation. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant other than that report? Mr. Marziar?
My only question is if the applicant is okay if we tie it to the site plan, the approval?
It should be okay. That was the discussion with the planner before we prepared the variances at the comparable list. But we feel that we are way less than the other ones. If you brought the comparable list, please. But it's...
It would be substantially in accordance.
Substantially, yes.
So if you're off by any slight amount, it shouldn't affect it.
So would that make a big difference for the committee? Like
it's
to the site plan since we meet the neighborhood character?
It's just a further, to ensure that the development is developed as what we're seeing in the plans. Really, that's why we put the condition on. Because if we just grant the variance for building length and depth, it means you could possibly redesign it and it would have...
It can be two-story, it can be like wider.
Could be different. So we often put this condition on.
Okay, that's fine. We are okay. Yeah. No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Thank you. I think we'll take this into committee.
I think with that being said, I'm ready to make a motion to approve this application. And I would tie it to the site plan as included in the package.
Eddie, talk closer.
Can you hear me? Better? Okay,
Maybe
so I'd like to make a motion to approve this application, and I would tie it to site plan, sheet A01, and substantially in accordance with site plan, and it's dated July 20, 2025.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Mr. Fazeli? All in favor? That is unanimous. The application's been approved. All right, number 22, 28 Sultana Avenue. This is an application to, can't see my notes, to demolish the existing garage and construct a new 2-story garden suite. We have variances to rear yard setback to an ancillary building. On file, we have a previous decision from July 14th, 2022, a survey, revised site plan, August 21st, 2025, original plans, arborist report, and a community planning report. Do we have our applicant?
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glen Rubinoff from Rubinoff Design Group.
Hello.
It's 2 St. Clair Avenue West, Toronto.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're not making any changes to the application?
We did actually, with the community planning report, we increased the setback to 1 meter.
Okay.
Yeah,
To 1 meter, 1.0 meter, right?
that's correct. Yeah,
Variance 1, the only one.
yeah.
All right, I don't think we need a presentation. Does anyone want a presentation? Okay. Okay, shall we take it into committee? Okay.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application. It satisfies the 4 tests as amended. And that is all. Yes, there are no other conditions.
All right, do we have a seconder? Mr. Marzieri? All in favor? That is unanimous, and the application's been approved.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. All right, item 23, 44 Glen Echo Road. This is an application to construct a 2-story garden suite in the rear yard of the subject property. The variances are for percentage of soft landscaping between the garden suite and the main dwelling, rear yard setback, west side yard setback, distance between garden suite and main dwelling, height of a garden suite within 6.82 meters of the main dwelling. On file, we have revised plans, survey, superseded plans, tree photos, a planning rationale, 2 form letters of support from 50 and 60 Glen Echo Road, 1 letter of support from 48 Teddington Park, and 5 letters of objection. We have a late community planning report, a late letter of concern, and a late revised zoning review. Okay, let's get our applicant.
Hello, Madam Chair. My name is Brendan Charters from Eurodale Design Build. I also have Sean Galbraith, our planner, who submitted the planning justification report. He was, for some reason, not sent the login information, but I shared that with him. And I also have the property owner, Elaine Woodcock, also on the line, should there be a discussion desired from the owner.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Charters, your address?
Sorry, my apologies. My address is 1189 Lawrence Avenue West, Suite 7 in Toronto.
Right.
Mr. Galbraith, our planner, has been advised that he has not been unmuted. He would be the one that is speaking predominantly to the application.
Okay.
I'm happy to speak if there's an issue for some reason, but
Okay.
he was prepared to speak.
Yeah, 5 minutes total for whoever's going, if
That's
he's
fine.
going to speak. Okay. First of all, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
There are 2 changes. Variance, the rear yard setback, variance number 2, is being increased. The setbacks being increased to 0.13 meters, and variance number 3 to 0.7 meters.
All right. Okay, so we do have residents, I believe, I'm not sure if we have anyone in the audience, but we do have people online, so. Sorry? Is Sean speaking? I think.
Just want to clarify if Sean is going to continue with the presentation. He's got 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Is Sean intending to speak for the balance of the time?
well, he hasn't started speaking yet. Nobody's started speaking. Nobody has presented yet, so I believe Sean is going to speak? Is that?
Brendan started, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry? He hasn't started speaking, though.
I just want to clarify, so technically we would have started the time when Brendan started.
He hasn't started. All he was doing was clarifying the variances, so he hasn't started presenting. So, so Brendan, is Sean making the presentation?
Unmuted. Hi, yes, Sean would be the one doing the presentation if you can unmute him. If for some reason you're unable to, I can give the presentation.
Let's try to unmute Sean, and then we'll carry on from there.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon.
Hi, this is Sean Galbraith, planner here on behalf of the application.
And Sean, I guess for the record, we should get your address.
Sure, 14 King Street East, Suite 1800, Toronto, Ontario, M4V1 Charlie 4.
Thank you. All right, you have 5 minutes.
If my supporting materials submission could be brought up on the screen, that would be great. But what is being proposed is fairly straightforward. There is an existing brick detached garage in the rear of the property, and the existing footprint and setbacks of that building are proposed to be maintained, and a second-story addition is proposed to be built on top of it to convert it into a garden suite. This triggers 5 minor variances, basically related to the existing condition of the property. The first one is the variance for soft landscaping. We're actually increasing the amount of soft landscaping on in the backyard, but because it's a fairly small backyard and they still have a patio and such, it is triggering a soft landscaping variance. But to help compensate for that, the sort of the driveway area, which is not on the property, it's in the city boulevard, we're proposing that those will be redone with permeable pavers to help make an overall improvement to the rear of the property area, even if it's not on the property itself. This is shown on the site plan. Variances 2 and 3, one is the rear yard setback and the other is the street side yard setback. Both of those are the existing conditions, just extended vertically upward to a second story. Now, appreciating that a second story is a change in the circumstance, what is being proposed is there's the roof pitch of the second story has been redesigned, so a chamfer has been added so that it slopes downward towards the rear lot line. This helps create a little bit more of a transition to the property, to the 2 properties to the north, and hopefully helps minimize the perceived massing of it. Now, on those 2 properties to the north, there are extensive, tall, I think they're cedars that already provide significant screening of the property. I submitted a letter to the committee. I think it's referred to as supporting material. I think that's what it was called. In it shows photographs from the second story of the duplex on the property looking north, and you can see the sort of the view and how limited it is from north looking south towards what will be the 2-story garden suite if the committee deems to approve it. With regards to the height, variances 4 and 5 are effectively the same variance. It pertains to a 2-story garden suite is required to have a 7.5 meter setback distance between the main house and the garden suite. In this case, because we're using the existing garage, it is 0.68 meters deficient in that setback distance. If it was able to achieve 7.5, the height of the garden suite actually complies. It's less than is permitted under the zoning bylaw. It's only 5.6 meters tall, and 6 meters is permitted, and soon to be 6.3 meters permitted. So there's just a a small 2-foot separation distance issue, and were it not for that, the height of the proposed garden suite would be permitted as of right. We're happy to see that the community staff report supports the proposal and confirms that it meets the 4 tests. We obviously agree with staff's conclusions and have no issues with the proposed condition to tie it to, I believe it's the elevations. And we note that there are no urban forestry concerns, so they do not have any concerns with presumably the trees to the north. I think that's it for my time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that come up.
Great. Mr. Marziari?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want the applicant to clarify, as Mr. Charters mentioned, variance number 2 is becoming 0.13 and variance number 3 is becoming 0.7. So these new numbers are existing?
Yes, those are the existing conditions. So the original design of the garden suite, there was a siding applied to the second story that bumped it out a little. And so like on the north side, for example, it reduced, on the second floor was reduced to 0.04. We've removed that siding, so now it's just going to be flush.
Okay.
And so now the existing condition of 0.13 to the north and 0.7 to the roadside, that is going to be maintained straight up to the second floor.
So there's no change to the structure, it's just a cladding projection that you're changing?
On the original design, yes. And in the revised design, it'll just be the wall going straight up with no little bump out.
Okay, I understand. Thanks.
Yep, you're welcome.
Any further questions of the applicant?
And I note that there are no windows or openings facing north,
Mhm.
facing the rear lot line.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Do you want to, oh, right, I guess we will hear from the residents. Nobody in the audience? No, all right. So who do we have first?
My name is Paul Tompkins. I reside at 9 Don Cliff Drive, which is directly north of the proposed building that is seeking the variance. I submitted a comprehensive explanation as to the reasonings for the objection, and they focus on 2 aspects, one being the setback. So we're dealing with an existing structure that, I'm sorry, I'm going to use the old methodology, about 2 inches from the current property line is the existing brick wall that is the garage that reaches about 10'3", and another 8 feet is going to be added onto it. The suggested chamfer that was being mentioned is about 1 foot, so from about the 17 feet to the 18, and I'm just using round numbers. The main part of this objection does go to massing, and we are talking about an existing structure that has a 2-inch variance, a 2-inch setback, whereas the requirement, as the committee knows, is 1.5 meters. So adding to this is exacerbating this very extreme minimal setback. The second part is I've spoken to the contractor, the 2 gentlemen who spoke, and they are going to be excavating the current garage and digging down to check for footings and potentially having to shore up footings. This will impact the trees that are on my property and the roots, and these are trees that are about 25 feet high. They are mature. I noted in the presentation there about something to do with an arborist. No one has visited or been on my property, or at least by my permission, to investigate the existing trees. And so this excavation has a significant potential to damage the root system, and then adding an additional 8 feet, in particular with construction being literally 2 inches from these trees, will damage those trees and has the potential to result in what was referred to as existing trees that create privacy. Well, if in the construction that is going to be conducted by my neighbors to the immediate south result in the trees being damaged and potentially ultimately killed, then the privacy would no longer exist. So this idea that there would be privacy gets eliminated as a result of their conduct of construction that is going to take that is inches away from the property line. So you can just imagine what is going to occur during this construction. And then finally, this idea that instead of it being 0.04 meters, which is 2 inches, and it going to, let's say, 4 inches, it's insignificant. This is not a minor, anywhere near minor. This is the major variance, and it's exacerbating what was already there when I had the property built. So the height, the lack of the setback, and the conduct of excavation right next to existing trees that are 25-foot cedars all speak to the reason why, as it relates to my property, and most likely, would be supported by my neighbor to the east, why we would object to it.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the resident? No? All right. Thank you very much. We'll hear from the other neighbors, and then we'll have the applicant address your concerns.
Hello, this is Douglas.
I think you may have 2 mics on.
Hi there.
Hi.
This is Douglas Ing, ING, 11 Doncliffe Drive.
Yep.
We are the Paul Tompkins' next door neighbors, and we also have a property that would abut the proposed development. I have with me my wife, Winnie Yoshida, and my next door neighbor, Bob Dale, who has also submitted a letter of objection. And we concur completely with Paul that the proposed development results in a very large amount of massing right on the property line. The building will be significantly higher than the existing one, and the proximity to the property line, as you know, 2 inches versus 4.5 inches is still in our view a major variance rather than a minor one. We have concerns as well about our mature cedars, which do provide some privacy at this time. I think that those would be jeopardized by building in such close quarters to their root system. And I would note that there are several letters of objection that are present in your documents, and the letters of support are, there's one from 48 Seddington Drive, which is a block away, which should have no bearing. And there are letters from 50 Glen Echo and 60 Glen Echo, which are properties that are also not affected or anywhere close to the property that's being discussed. And so I don't know if you have any other.
I guess one of the issues for us too, we feel it sets a precedent for, you know, all of the properties to to our south on Glen Echo. They all our backyard share, the property line shared with the properties of Glen Echo, all have garages, you know, whatever, 9 or 10 foot structures that have been there previously. And we just worry about the precedent this sets, allowing a breach of these kind of variances and building these taller structures because we have mature trees lining our back for privacy. These are trees that we finally have achieved some privacy, having planted them ourselves over a decade ago. And they will receive no light if all of them potentially are not receiving any light from taller garage structures on those properties. And that is that continues down our street, actually. So, you know, you have to be concerned about the precedent you're setting here if you approve such a structure. It is not insignificant.
All right, thank you. Sorry?
And sorry, could our neighbor Bob, would you like to say something, Bob?
Sure, I'll say something. My name is Robert Dale. My wife's name is Nancy. We live to the east, immediately to the east of Dr. Ing. And our property line, our property does not abut onto the property that we're dealing with here at 44 Glen Echo. However, we have, I agree that we are not really blocked out from seeing anything from our home, except that we do have a raised back patio, and looking towards that direction, it is blocked out for a bit. I would acknowledge that, but not seriously. But of course, if those cedar hedges are damaged in any way, as you've already heard about, we certainly would be, from a visual point anyway, be concerned. We're fearful that the application, if it's accepted, would set a precedent for the other properties on Glen Echo, so that it would permit our backdoor neighbors, to build a 2-story building, just like the one that's being suggested here. And that would be very serious to us, because we do not have the high cedar hedges that the Ings and Mr. Thompson has. And we have a pool, a swimming pool, reasonably close to the back of our property, which would be very close to a building. So those are the main reasons why we certainly strongly support the objections of the Ings and Tompkins.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You've used up your 5 minutes collectively.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Madam Chair, for our record keeping and our minutes, we need to know who spoke and their address.
All right, so we had Douglas Ing spoke from 11 Doncliffe, and Winnie Yoshida from 11 Doncliffe, and I believe the final gentleman was Robert Dale, and I think he's from 15. Am I correct? Did we already mute them? Yeah, Bob, Robert.
Yes, those addresses are all correct.
Thank you. I was keeping track. All right, thank you very much. So those are the people who spoke. And do we have another one? Okay.
Yes.
Hello?
Can you hear me? My
Yes.
name's Roderick Gordon. I'm from 36 Glen Echo Road, which is directly across Beaucastle from this property. Our concern is, I guess, twofold. 44 Glen Echo is a triplex, and the garage is used in part for existing parking. as well as there is some of their tenants that park on the street, and some of their tenants use the area in the submitted site plan that's called the pedestrian/bike pathway changed. Our major concern is continued access to our property and our driveway because of the fact that there will be fewer parking spots and much greater congestion. And the area is already pretty heavily congested. So at night, if you're looking for a legal spot not in your driveway, you walk 3 to 4 blocks to find one. Often there are people parked both on the north side of Beaucastle and the south side, which, by the way, is a no parking area. And the in the figure 3 of the submission, you'll see that there's a small grassy area with a small tree. Not shown there is the no parking sign. And I'm assuming, based on what I see for the drawings, that both the areas in front of the garden suite, as well as the area identified as a bike pathway, would be used for parking. That current bike pathway is a raised curb, so as far as Toronto Police are concerned, it is not a valid parking spot. So we have real concerns related to access, and that's really my point.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the resident? No? All right, let's have the next. Is there another one? Well, that's it. Okay. Let's have Mr. Galbraith back to address the concerns that have been raised.
Thank you very much. So first, with regards to the trees to the north, the row of cedars, the garage is already there, and we're not proposing to expand its footprint. Any excavation for shoring would be done within the inside of the garage only, and there would be no exterior excavation on the north side. So the cedars, I think, are fully protected for that. And again, urban forestry has not commented on it and has not expressed any concerns. Toronto, as you know, has robust tree bylaws, I think, that will fully cover that. So the question is, should this have a second story? Not should there be a one-story garden suite? That's already permitted as of right. And in my opinion, an 800 square foot 2-story garden suite is a very modest structure. The chamfer that we've added after speaking with the neighbors, it's more like a 21-inch drop from the roof line, so it's almost 2 feet tall. I think it's a fairly appropriate design to help mitigate any potential impact of the second story, again, which has no windows or doors facing the north. What else we got? Parking. The city has no parking requirement for this use, and parking permits and parking enforcement is already within the jurisdiction of the city. And if no parking permits are available for tenants, none will be available, and they will not be able to have a car. That is the direction that planning is going towards. We're planning for people, we're not planning for cars. And this would provide a very nice livable unit for someone to live in. And that takes precedence in planning policy over, frankly, over cars. As to access to 36 Glen Echo, access to 36 Glen Echo would not be impacted by the proposal. I think that was the majority of it. 46 Glen Echo submitted a letter of support. They're the abutting neighbors on the east. Unfortunately, they were not able to attend today to express their support. If I missed anything, please let me know. I'm happy to pick that up, or if you have any additional questions.
Yeah, I think you've covered it, but we do have a question from Ms. Martin.
Sure.
Yes, hi. So I'm looking at the one-story structure right now on Google Maps, and
Okay.
I'm just, so I see two garage doors facing west. What is the material on the north side?
On the north side, I believe it's just brick.
What's that? It's
I
brick?
believe it's just brick. Yeah.
You believe it's brick or you know it's brick?
I haven't stuck my head in that side, but as it shows on the drawings, it shows as exterior brick.
Okay, because to me, that would be critical if you're planning on not changing that, you know, that north edge, as you said. It would have to be brick and in good shape brick with no pointing needing to be done, things like that, right? So I'm just wondering, even though it's as of right, as you said, the one story, how, I can't see how any maintenance could be done on this structure on the north side without encroaching on your neighbor's property.
It's an existing, I'm sorry, it's an existing wall. It's an existing brick. Apparently it's ivy covered.
I know, but you're changing the whole, you're changing the use of the, to me, it looks like it's been a garage that's been there forever, right? It's got vines
it's
all
quite
over
an old
it.
garage.
Yeah, it's got vines all over it. It's probably not, I don't even know if anybody's even using it right now. Probably not. It looks like the truck in front, you couldn't even fit in the size of the, you know, garage openings, wouldn't even fit a modern car anymore.
It probably doesn't.
Yeah.
I imagine it's used for storage and such.
Right.
I mean, all buildings need maintenance regardless of where they are in the life cycle. So even the existing building would. So that's pretty standard. The question is more, should it be allowed to have 2 stories, not 1?
Right, but my point is that if you're building a new structure or you're building a new use for this structure, you, I think it changes the sort of the fact that you might need access to the north side, that's all. And if you're 2 to 4 inches away, as you've stated, there's no possible way you could access that side to do work on that side if need be without encroaching on your neighbor's property.
Which is an existing condition, I would note. In any event, the Building Code Act allows for access for maintenance purposes. So that would be the same as if, like in Old Toronto, where you have houses that are really close to each other. The minimum side yard setback in a lot of Old Toronto is 45 centimeters. That doesn't allow for, you know, one person to scooch down the side of a building and conduct maintenance. And so the Building Code Act allows for going across a property line for maintenance purposes. So that is all that the circumstance that you're envisioning is already accounted for through the Building Code Act, and is, I'm sure, utilized across Toronto probably every single day.
I'm just pointing out that if you look at the existing conditions, I can't see how you could do any work without impacting the very mature cedars.
The cedars, any impact to the cedars would already exist because of the existing garage. And again, community planning did not raise these concerns.
Can I add,
All right, Mr. Marziari.
Can I add One more question to Ms. Martin's question, actually. So with the slope roof you proposed on the north, how are you going to deal with the roof drain? Because basically you slope toward the neighbor, and with the setback that you have, it's 0.13. So how is it going to work with the downpipe and roof drains? It's not shown on the drawing.
You have to be into the backyard.
Yeah, it would drain within the property line as required.
It's this
by the
much.
building code.
But the slope is toward the neighbor.
Sorry, I'm just saying the eaves trough could be catch the
Each
water.
troughs are permitted projection.
One question, one other question.
Sure.
I'm just looking at the site plan. I see an existing fence on the, it looks like beside where the existing driveway is. Does that carry across the back of the property? In between, on the north property line? Like, is there a fence behind the garage? That's my question. It shows it on the, where the parking.
It's my understanding is that there is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? No? All right. We'll take this into committee.
I just want to speak that I do have concerns with the variances for the setbacks. I don't know how other people feel, but, you know, the setback is 0.13, and it's supposed to be 1.5. That's significant.
I think if it was a new build, I would be concerned by that, but the fact that they're using the existing garage footprint, it's a given existing condition, so, I mean, it is what it is, and I think they have attempted to address the concerns of the neighbor to the neighbors to the north with that roof line, whatever it's called. Sorry. Anyone else have comments, or does anyone want to make a motion? I mean, I hear what the residents are saying, but I think the fact that garden suites are permitted, I think it's a sensitive design of a garden suite. I think it's interesting that they even kept the garage door outline and proposing windows of a similar shape. To me, it's kind of quaint looking. You know, I think it's well designed. And I don't think the impact is too significant. And I think if the cedars are intact, then they will provide enough of a buffer. And there's no windows on that side, I don't believe, on the north, on the second story. I don't think there are any. So
I can add more. I agree with you, Madam Chair. I think the applicant is working with the existing, and I think it's a good proposal. It's supportable. I have a question about, it's a technical thing, but I think with the chamfer at the back, it's going to be tricky because with the downpipe, it has to be either built in, not to project into the neighbor, or if it's projected, it's going to be almost at the property line. And then they have to downpipe it on the both sides, on the east and west. But it's a technical thing, but overall, I think since the applicant is working with the existing, it's a supportable application, and I think a new laneway, if we call it, or garden suite, would have more effect on the neighbor than building on top of the existing. So that's my comment, and I like the applicant proposing permeable paver. To improve the landscaping, since they have like the existing condition less than a requirement.
Would you like
With
to
that
follow
being
that
said-
up with a
Yes.
motion?
Yes, with that being said, I'm ready to make a motion to approve this application as amended, variance number 2, to be increased to 0.13, variance number 3 to be increased to 0.70, and also inclusion of permeable paver for the driveway. And I believe, and also there's a condition by planning that the variance number 5, height of the garden suite to be developed substantially in accordance with the west roadside elevation drawing.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the site plan. And they're saying the existing drive aisle changed to permeable pavers, but so is the existing pedestrian bike pathway. Do we want to say that in the condition? I don't,
Okay, let me look at the site plan.
or maybe we say substantially in accordance with the site plan, and that covers that.
Yes, yes, of course, yeah.
Okay, can we add that condition?
It's within the city's property.
True.
Yeah.
Guess they need permission for that, but yeah. Okay. All right, do we have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? That is 3 in favor, opposed? Ms. Martin's opposed. So the application has, as amended, has been approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, item 24, 467 Broadway Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing two-story dwelling by constructing a two-story rear addition, a rear deck, a basement walkout, and a partially covered front porch. We have variances for roof eave projection into the east and west side yards, east side yard setback. I didn't finish my thought there. East side yard setback, lot coverage, building length, and floor space index. On file, we have a survey, plans, cover letter, Metrolinx comments, and five form letters of support. All right, welcome. Now we know who's been in the council chamber waiting for an item.
Yes, Jonathan Hatch, representing 467 Broadway. My address is 6 Bishop Street, Toronto, Ontario, M5R 1N2.
Thank you. We do not have anyone here on this application. Do we want a presentation, or do we have any questions for the applicant? Sorry, I'm just familiarizing myself with it. Most of these are to have the addition conform to the existing building setbacks, I take it?
That's correct. Some of the side yard setback variances are in line with the existing, and they're minor, 0.6, 0.58. The eve setback variances are actually in a greater setback than the current on the, I should say, the east side. And then the length variance, you'll notice if you pull up the site plan from my cover letter, you'll notice that the main building length is actually within the 17 meter, and then we have a small breakfast nook projection that has no foundation to protect a mature tree in the rear yard, and that accounts, and that's a one-story addition, or one-story projection.
All right, thank you. Okay, do we have any comments, or should we take it into committee? All right. Yeah, we'll take it into committee. Okay. Anyone?
I'm happy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Make a motion. Happy make a motion to approve this application. the variances, even though there's a few of them, they're minor in nature, and I think it meets the 4 tests.
All right.
I don't think there's any other conditions.
No, there's Metrolinks, but they're not within the
Right.
corridor, I would say, to have it apply. All right. Seconder. Mr. Marziari, all in favor? That's unanimous. Carried. Your application's been approved. All right. Item 25, 19 Danville Drive. This is an application for a new detached dwelling with an integral garage and a rear platform. The variances are for coverage, east side yard setback, west side yard setback, main pedestrian entrance, height of main sidewalls, number of stories, and area of the rear balcony. On file, we have a survey, site plan, plans, tree protection plan, site photos, and a presentation. We have our applicant with us. Online, I take it.
Ali Shakeri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shakari. Could you speak up a bit? It's just a little quiet.
Indeed, I'll try my best, Madam
That's
Chair.
better. Thank you. All right, we do not have people here on this application. Do we want a presentation? Do we want to have, or do we have any questions for the applicant? Pardon? Oh, sorry. Do you have any changes to make to the application?
No, Madam Chair, no change.
Thank you. Okay, anything? We take it into committee?
Just a quick question for the applicant, through you, Madam Chair. For the variance number, just a second. Pedestrian entrance, the proposed main pedestrian entrance, variance number 4. Can the applicant just explain about this and if he has any examples within the neighborhood with this similar numbers?
Okay, we're out of committee for that question.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So the if we go to the second page of my presentation, please, yeah, that's that red line basically delineates the house without that variance. So there's going to be 2 steps less outside of the building and 2 steps more inside of the main entrance. So what we're gaining by that is adequate headroom beneath that porch in the basement for the space that we have on that area. So this is not contributing at all to the building height or the wall height. It's simply that front porch. And I believe we have some photos of the area. If we scroll down to the photos I provided, can we see the photos that I provided on the next pages? Yeah, so let's see that photo if possible. Yeah, so this one has, I think, one more step than, this is number 47 Danville, by the way. I believe there is one more step than what we have proposed here. That is Fenn. Yeah, if we stop here, that is the adjacent street is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like maybe 3 or 4 more steps than what we're proposing here. If we go to the, these are like same neighborhood. 4th on Crescent, again, immediately adjacent to street, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 steps. I think it's one more or equal. So if we scroll down to the other ones, you can see some examples of the neighborhood. And then I have some comparables also. If we go to comparables, just to scroll down, please. There are some evidence of the approved similar variants in the neighborhood after the photos. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think
Yeah,
provided good examples. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I think we can take it back into committee now. Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion? Mr. Marziari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's a straightforward application. It meets the 4 tests. We are familiar with these variances. We have this type of variances in many projects, and it's reasonable. So I'd like to put forward a motion to approve this application. I don't see any report on the file, so with no condition.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Fazeli seconds that. All in favor? That's unanimous. The application's been approved. All right, item 26. Ms. Martin, sorry? Yes, Ms. Martin has a conflict? You didn't provide us your reason for the conflict? Your mic.
I live 5 houses down from the applicant, the applicant and an opposing house. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Ms. Martin will not be participating in the item. So we have 93 Mona Drive. Let me just pull it up here. This is a new 2-story. All right, this application is for a new 2-story detached dwelling with a 1-car integral garage. We have variances for floor space index, driveway width, and width of dormers. On file, we have previous decisions from Feb 2018, a survey, plans, cover letter, urban forestry memo, 2 letters of objection from 335 Glencairn and 327 Glencairn. And late letters of objection from 91 Mona Drive and 333 Glencairn Avenue. All right, our applicant, I think is online, since there's there are people here. Okay.
Good afternoon or good evening, Madam Chair.
I'm going to still say afternoon because I believe in positive thinking, Mr. Bronskill. Welcome. Your address, please.
Yes, it's David Bronskill, agent for the applicant. The address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto, Ontario. And Madam Chair, I can confirm for you there are no revisions that I will be presenting.
All right. Thank you very much. We do have residents either in attendance. Are you here on Mona? Okay. We have some residents in the audience, and then I believe we might have someone online or 1 or 2 online. So if you could provide us with a brief presentation, Mr. Bronskill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will do that, and I'm hoping staff can just pull up the plans, because I will walk through a couple of the plans for you as I go through a presentation. And I would like to stress for the committee, there are only the 3 variances. I really do submit to you that this is quite a modest proposal and is directly responsive to the historic TLAB decision on this file. I would note for you there are no setback variances on either side yard, front yard, or rear yard. There's no length or depth. The variances relate to the existing driveway, a dormer width on the rear wall or east wall, and then the FSI. And Madam Chair, you'll also note no staff concerns. There are standard urban forestry conditions with an advisory memo, which we have read and would certainly commend the committee to impose the urban forestry condition. I have seen the letters of objection, Madam Chair. My client did reach out to immediate neighbors delivering packages, but did not hear back from any neighbors until we saw the letters on the AIC. We had wished that perhaps they would have reached out to our client and the architects. But nonetheless, here's where we are. I'll do a quick presentation. Page 2 of the plans, it's up on the screen for you. There is in light hatching, Madam Chair, and it's labeled with an arrow at the top, outline of existing building to be demolished. And so you can see where the existing building sits on the site, including closer to the north side yard and closer to the south side yard than what is being proposed. And so, Madam Chair, while there is a modest extension of the second floor on the north side beyond that existing second floor, you can see how it is then tucked further back. So the existing condition is being improved to meet the required side yard setbacks. So that north side yard setback today is deficient at about 0.9. It's being increased to 0.51. And then you'll see where it sets back again on that north lot line. The second floor there is actually 3.5 meters, 3.09 meters away from the north side yard. So it's actually double the required side yard setback in that position. It's 15.48 meters for the building length for the 2-story portion, and then there is a 3.52 meter extension for the 1-story portion. There is the deck at the back. And Madam Chair, perhaps in reply, I will show you the privacy screening on the south side because there is an objection from 91 Mona. The driveway is existing, Madam Chair. The variance simply recognizes the existing driveway width, and there are no variances for soft landscaping in the front or in the rear. The dormer width, Madam Chair, is quite a technical variance. If staff don't mind quickly going to the rear elevation, it's a measurement of the dormer, which is 5.99 meters, against the total width of the rear main walls. And if all of that rear main wall is measured, we actually come in at 35.5%. And the rear elevation, if staff don't mind, just going to page 11 of the plans. What the zoning examiner did was measure it against only a portion of the rear wall because there is a jagged setback to it at the rear. And so it's not the full width of the rear wall, but it's a portion of the rear wall. And that triggers the 44% in terms of, sorry, if staff, I don't know what page you're on there. It's page 11 of the PDF. There it is. And so you can see what staff have essentially done is measured it against a portion of the rear wall. And if staff don't mind just going back up, if you could, to the second floor plan, page 6, you will see this, Madam Chair, perhaps a bit more obviously, where it's a 13.62. I'll just wait for staff to go back up to page 6 if they don't mind. Thank you. Appreciated. That's the one. There's a 13.62 measurement there on the right. So you can see how that rear wall is staggered. So the entire rear wall is 16.88 meters, but that portion of the rear wall is 13.62. So it's quite a technical variance in our mind. We're not sure it's required, but we're also not going to argue with the zoning examiner. And then finally, Madam Chair, there's FSI. The existing dwelling is 0.48. We're actually seeking 0.44. We're actually seeking less than what exists on the site today. When we saw objections in the correspondence to the number, we pulled the Committee of Adjustment decisions. Madam Chair, I have 8 pages of FSI variances within the neighborhood. And I would note that the main opponent, who was represented by counsel, who suggested this was not a minor variance, his client actually has an FSI of 0.6 approved by the Committee of Adjustment. So this 0.44 is certainly at the low end of what is being approved in the area, and I don't actually think creates any adverse impacts. That's an overview, Madam Chair. I do have some things that I will say about the objection letter, but maybe I'll just let them speak first, given my 5 minutes are up.
Sounds good. I have one question to start.
Thank you.
You mentioned the privacy fence. Can we?
Yes.
Is that shown on the site plan?
It's so if you go, there's two places, Madam Chair, that you can see it. One is on that site plan. Thank you to staff. That's great. See where it says low planting bed? Actually, sorry, I apologize to staff. It would be better on the main floor plan, drawing 5, which is also page 5, but it's in that location where it says low planting bed. And I'll show it to you in two places, Madam Chair, on that at-grade deck. If staff don't mind just going down to page 5. Thank you, yeah. There's the patio. Thank you to staff. A little bit lower if you don't mind. You can see the furniture layout, and then see there's sort of a, where again it says low planting bed. Just above that, I'm not going to call it a hatched line. No, sorry, a little bit lower, staff. On the bottom side of the patio. There's the on the south end there above where it says low planting bed, you can sort of see a dark line that is somewhat irregular in terms of it's not a thick line, but it's I wish I could describe it better for you, but it's right above where it says low planting bed. That's where it is. And then you can see it on the south elevation. And we'd have no concerns about tying it to the elevations, Madam Chair. That's the one there. So you can then see it there.
Yes. Thank you.
And so that shows you sort of the materiality and the intent. And then the main floor plan would have shown its location.
Great. And the height of that is floor to ceiling?
I think it's floor to ceiling.
Okay.
That's the design.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
the design is to have a full enclosure there in terms of privacy.
I'm just thinking if we were to move a motion, we might want to state what the height is. And I think it's on the drawing. I just can't see it because it's too small from my perspective. I'll have to find it on the other drawing. That's okay for now. Okay, does anyone else have any questions of the applicant? No. All right, let's move on to the residents. So we have some residents in the audience today. If you'd like to come forward and state your name and address. I don't think the microphone's on. It's the little button. Is there a light?
Is this better?
Yes,
Oh,
thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Charu. I live at 333 Glen Avenue with my family, which is in the north side of 93 Mona Drive, sharing about 50 feet of the backyard fence with the applicant. Variances are not minor, and some of the other neighbors have already listed out the variances. I am making a simple and urgent plea. It is for the trees. There are about 10 trees which are replacement trees planted 11 years ago by previous owners and missed by the urban forestry as vital to retain. Some missed by the owner's arborist as to their very existence. As per the Article 3 of Chapter 813 of the Tree Protection Bylaw, these 10 to 11 trees, which will be cut down in a matter of few hours, may have been growing for 20 years, as they were already pretty tall when they were planted. They may be 15 to 17 centimeters, so not 30 centimeters yet as stipulated, but many are taller than our home. 10 beautiful trees that form a tall green wall of fresh air, birds, cool temperature, privacy, and so much more. There are some pictures which we were not able to attach to the objection letter, just to give you an idea of the beautiful back that is shared by so many neighbors.
Sorry, we can't,
Yeah.
people online cannot see them,
Yeah,
so.
we also have a video taken this morning to show you the trees. I am requesting the urban forestry to not make the error of permitting the cutting of almost 50% of the trees owned by this property, all marked very good condition in their plans. Rest of my request is to my new neighbors, who hopefully are online. I want to welcome my new neighbors into a neighborhood of beautiful large trees and a connected community with many families living here for 30 years. We will be living close to each other. I want to invite you to my home, have a meal with us in our backyard, and see from our perspective how life-changing your rebuild plans will be for us if you cut these trees. How life-changing it'll be for the 7-8 homes that circle the unique central location that is 93 Mona, and see and benefit from these said trees. How life-changing it'll be for the neighborhood around, not during the painful months of large-scale construction such a rebuild requires, but for the lifelong colossal loss of tall trees. From a verdant and lush backyard, we will all have a concrete canyon. But most importantly, I want to welcome our neighbors to our home and backyard for their own sake. I want you to see how you will be impacted with this total loss of greenery and privacy for yourself. Instead of a forest-like setting home that you bought by cutting these 50% of trees on your property, you will be building a concrete fishbowl. And 50% is by the trees that they miss. The trees that they have already nominated as removal and urban forestry is concerned could lead to like 70% of a loss of a tree. This is a unique property with a unique shape, large property with 23 trees. So other neighbors have raised so many other concerns. I implore the committee members to please seriously look at a trend that is happening in these neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment, I have a question for you. Do you have trees in your rear yard?
Yes.
You do? Like
Yes.
along the property line?
2 along the property line, but many otherwise, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? All right, thank you very much. All right, let's have the next neighbor.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, it wasn't clear to me that I'd been connected. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, committee members. My name is Ian Flett, and I'm a solicitor for Yaying Wang, who's the owner of 337 Glen Avenue. I think by now you probably have some familiarity with the layout of the area and the relationship of my client's yard to the subject site. And I will at one point actually, just for staff's help, ask that we pull up the plans so we can take a quick look at them. Mr. Bronskill had suggested to you that this is a modest proposal. And if this is anything, it's a perfect example of where FSI fails to tell the whole story. Mr. Bronskill indicated to you that my client's property is a 0.6 FSI. Whereas his client is seeking a 0.44 FSI. But as you've seen, this is a very unique lot. This is a lot that is in an L shape. So the lot area is significantly more than any other lot nearby. If we could hold even on this slide, we have that, we see that L. And so that when you take the lot area and you consider the available gross floor area of a home, the home becomes much larger relative to its frontage. And so my client's house is a 0.6 and comes in at about 3,000 square feet of GFA. What is proposed here is 5,427 square feet, a significantly larger structure. If we could, actually, yes, if we stay on this, you could see that the site plan is an accurate representation only of the proposed footing here. So what we see is a change to the footing. But as you know in your experience, FSI is meaningless if you don't consider the way that the massing is deployed. To that end, if we could go down to page 7 or plan number 7, please. On this document. Yep, perfect. here we see at the very top left, the A of the cross section, indicating that this roof will extend from the A out to past the F, which is 15, just a little more than 15 meters. And if we go down one more, down to 12, please. There we see the impact of the proposed structure on my client's property. So from the A cross section to the G cross section is in excess of 15 meters. 15 meters. And so yes, the proposal is to draw the setback, is to increase the setback to the permitted setback. And it is understood that, you know, when my client bought their property, they knew that they were not rear yard to rear yard. But in most Toronto neighborhoods, people expect a 7.5 meter setback rear yard to rear yard without having such a large imposing structure. Look at the footing and you see that this is a significant increase in the massing and therefore a significant increase on the impact. And this is precisely the point that the Toronto Local Appeal Body picked up on when it described this wall as being excessive as proposed then. And I suggest to you that that same problem persists today, where this is an excessive deployment of GFA on this lot. Even if you can pull the statistics, and it's very unfortunate that the applicant's council didn't provide these statistics that they refer to, but even if you pulled the statistics and saw a bunch of 0.6, 0.8, perhaps even a 0.9, it does not tell the story as it concerns this lot. And in my humble offering to the committee, we would ask that you refuse this application because, quite simply, minor, as understood by its impacts, that test is failed in this case. And just as the TLAB found in respect to neighborhood policies and maintaining the physical character of neighborhood, this fails. It is an odd-shaped lot, but that cannot be an excuse to build an excessively large structure in this strange situation. Thank the committee for its time.
Thank you. I'm having a little trouble understanding the link between what you've just presented to the actual variances that are being proposed. Other than your argument regarding floor space index, I understand what you're saying, but it is a larger lot, and a larger lot allows more GFA based on the formula. But I don't understand, is it just the floor space index your client is concerned with? Do you have a concern with the driveway width? Do you have a concern with the dormer width?
The dormer width is less of a concern. That's more of a technical concern. We would note that the driveway concern even though it's existing, it exacerbates more hardscaping on the front yard. But the committee's role is to not just look at the number that's being proposed, but to consider the impact of that number.
Correct, and that's what I'm having trouble understanding your client, the impact on your client of that existing driveway width, for instance, or the size of the dwelling. I'm not sure, it's not like right beside it, blocking out the light. You haven't said anything to that effect. So I'm not really quite grasping what the impact is.
Perhaps then we could go to the site plan above, and I thank the committee for their question. So we see here, I'm sorry, if we could go one more down to the survey, because we have a better sense of my client's property there, right there, perfect. So you see that my client's property, if we scroll down just a little bit, please. My client's property is 335 to the north. Just if we scroll,
can you scroll down? So we can see the 335. Right.
That's perfect. Right there, perfect. Thank you very much. So there's 335. Obviously, the orientation of the survey is to the north, and so we see that the increase of massing along that wall from what appears to be perhaps 7 or 8 meters to 15 meters is a significant change, because that massing is being introduced right across the two rear yards of 337 and 335, and a significant increase in massing. So the impact of that massing is an impact on privacy, because there's the introduction of 2 windows on the side profile, as you've seen, and there's the and then there's just the blocking of sun, and quite simply the physical character, a radical change to the physical character of the area. Whereas there was once a garage there, you now have a much larger structure, including, and this is, I didn't mention this in my oral presentation, but it's in my letter, there's a large void over the driveway leading to the garage. And that's just massing that serves no purpose other than to just be there. So it is a radical change of circumstances, and that this is precisely the point that the TLAB had picked up on, was that you have a much, much larger wall. And I understand that, yes, there is a formula, but this is precisely why assessing FSI is not just a numeric exercise. We hear that argument all the time when an FSI is very high, right? Somebody comes in with an FSI of 1.2 in a 0.8 or a 0.6 area, and we say, well, it's not just a numeric exercise, we have to consider the impacts. Well, we're considering the impacts, even if in this case, the number doesn't cause us to recoil. The impacts ought to cause us to recoil because of just the absolute size of this structure.
All right, but there are no side yard setback variances for this, correct?
And also height.
That's correct, Madam Chair. But what we're talking about is the deployment of that massing.
Mm-hmm. And what is the distance of the house at 335? What is the rear yard setback?
I'm not aware of that figure. I would be guessing if I told you. I think that it appears that it might have been marked here as 8 meters.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does anyone else have questions? All right. Next, do we have another speaker? All right, Mr. Goldfarb.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hi, it's Joshua Goldfarb from 327 Glen Avenue.
All right, thank you. And your comments?
Well, I'd like, this isn't what I do for a living, so I'm at a disadvantage versus the architect, but would like to acknowledge that no one has ever reached out to us, and had they, we probably wouldn't need to speak at this meeting. So it's good to welcome people to the neighborhood with untruths, but that is neither here nor there, just a point. The biggest issue for us, and it's probably not something, given the questions you asked to the previous neighbor, you're going to consider, is in the hardscaping in the rear, or the softscaping. There's an existing pool. The plan looks like it removes the existing pool. There are drainage issues in the area, given an underground river that runs through the area. Adding a sport court, unless the pool is completely taken out its entirety, actually increases the hardscaping well beyond what is put forward on the plan. The property already drains onto ours, given the elevation changes. Their property sits significantly higher than ours. We share the entire east property line of the property, so the entire L shape abuts our backyard. Numerous times during the year, their property in heavy rains will flood into ours. So increasing the scale of a home and increasing the hardscaping in that backyard will exacerbate those issues. Trying to address this at this point in time because after these are built, like our neighbor to the south, the city has shown it is not willing to address over hardscaping. And so bringing this to the attention today, even though this may not be the right forum for it, but again, had our neighbors actually reached out to us, we would have had the conversation with them. I'd also like to address what they're calling a green roof, which is really just a second floor patio with the square footage of what looks like 40 meters squared or 25 to 40 meters squared, which I believe would be in excess of a second floor patio that needs a variance that they haven't applied for, and would leave it at that for the committee to consider. And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? No? All right. Is there anyone else? Okay. I did too.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Claudia Ortega. I'm in 91 Mona Drive.
Sorry, I didn't catch your address.
91 Mona Drive. So we are the house right beside the construction. We share all our.
Sorry, we're having trouble hearing you.
Oh, is that better?
Yes, it is. Sorry,
Okay.
91 Mona Drive. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. It was a little bit last minute. So we share all our south and all our wall of the backyard because we are the house right in between. So we're surrounded in two sides by 93 Mona Drive. We're like the small neighbors across the area. We have only two main concerns, and just to keep things short. The first one we point out, if you go to the page 10 of the plans, please. And if it's too much of a trouble, it's fine. I can just say it. So the house already existing, as it was shown before, it's pretty massive. The only concern we have is that beside that low planting bed, and I think it's a great idea and pretty considerate from the architect office to do that sort of a screen to get more privacy. Our house sets a little bit on more towards the street than this one. So the two windows that you see on the right beside the screen, they do face directly to our backyard. And this house is actually higher than our house. So that means that these two windows that are part of the living room and they frame the fireplace, they are literally looking our backyard directly. And the separation between the two houses is not more than 3 meters. So basically they are in our backyard. That was the very first thing we kind of point out. The second one along the same line is that their deck is right behind that screen, privacy screen, which is exactly attached to our side. And they have a very long rear side of the house. So I was just wondering if there is any option to could be more in the middle. So it's not right on top of our backyard and on top of our area that we feed, which is right there, or it could be a little bit more retired towards the center of it, given the size of this lot. And the one that we care more is that we do share at least 5 trees on this side, which is the south side of 93. The trees labeled J, I, H, and G actually are right on top of our seating area, and these are very old maple trees, and they're very tall, so they give a really nice shade, so we can sit there in the summer, and they sort of like frame our backyard. And the forestry report actually given advice. They didn't object us, but they advised that given the size of this construction and the proximity with these trees, there are chances that they might be damaged or they might be completely damaged and they might die. And these are privately owned trees. So if any of them die or get damaged, they really fall over our backyard, but also over our house. So we might face, big branches that might fall on top. And I'm not sure if basically there's any insurance for that from their side as well. And we don't really want to lose those trees. So that was advised by the forestry report. We just want to make sure if there is anything they can do to lower the impact of that. Not speaking about all the dust and everything, we're 2.5 meters from the construction. And that's all we have to say. Thank you so much for hearing.
All right, thank you very much. Is that everyone? Yes? All right.
That was our last one, yes.
Thank you very much. Let's bring back Mr. Bronskill to address the concerns that have been raised by the residents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of Ms. Ortega and Ms. Murdy, who spoke first, Madam Chair, both the urban forestry memo and the arborist report and the materials submitted with the application are clear. We are not proposing to remove any trees. So I don't know where this 50% tree removal and potentially 70% tree removal number comes from. That is not the application. And urban forestry confirmed that in their memo. They do note that there will be some permits to injure. And Madam Chair, part of that is just the function of where the existing house is in respect of some of the trees in the lot lines, but it is our client's intention not to remove any trees. And in fact, keeping the driveway, there are 2 trees in the front. There's a city tree and there's a private tree. Keeping the driveway where it is and not ripping it up will ensure, in fact, that there isn't disturbance within the tree protection zone for those 2 trees that are in the front. So I just wanted to say that at the start, Madam Chair. I don't know where those numbers come from. In terms of Mr. Goldfarb, if I could ask staff, I'm going to start with the location map, and I'm going to just draw, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, and for the panel, just 2 things while we're on that map. I don't want to leave it in the committee's mind that I was being untruthful to you, which Mr. Goldfarb suggested. My client distributed packages to the most immediately impacted neighbors. That did not include 327 because, Madam Chair, in our view, that house and that backyard are quite a distance away from what's being proposed here. So there was not a package distributed to 327, although the notice would have been distributed. But my client took packages to 333, 335, 337, 91, as well as across the street, reaching out to those neighbors. So I just don't want to leave it in the committee's mind that somehow I was suggesting something otherwise. And then secondly, Madam Chair, you do have the letter from Mr. Flett on behalf of his clients at 335. And I just wanted, if you could, look at the existing house at 93 Mona and then see where his client's property is at 335. Sorry, just on the location map. Sorry, staff. Not to move to his letter yet. Apologies. I just want to flag that for the committee, because at one point he suggested that the dwelling is going across all of the backyards of 337 and 335, and I think that was just rhetorical flourish. Because, Madam Chair, if you see that structure, and then let's go to Mr. Flett's letter where staff are going, because I do want to compare what is now before you with what was before T-Lab that Mr. Flett referenced. And the numbers, Madam Chair, Mr. Flett wants them. They were actually attached in the decision that's attached to his letter. But if staff don't quickly mind going to his letter. Sorry, Mr. Flett's letter, if you don't mind. Yeah. And it's the 4th page. It's the decision attached to his objection letter. Yeah. If you can go just a little bit further, that's the one. He attaches the decision for you, and the decision's there to be read, and it notes there are no shadow impacts, and it notes there are no overlook impacts, but it's a question of a combination of both the FSI, at that time what was being sought was 0.55, and if staff don't mind going down a page, you can see there was 0.55 plus side yard setbacks on both sides, 0.92, 0.92. And if you don't mind going just one page further with staff, and then I'll stop this. That's what was being proposed. So you can see the existing house at 0.92. It's not just a garage there, which Mr. Flett sort of suggested. It is actually a 2-story dwelling there on the north side. And the 2-story addition was coming straight out the back at 0.92 and filling in that area adjacent to Mr. Flett's client's property. That's what was turned down by T-Lab. So just keep that image in your mind, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. And if staff can then just turn up the plans. And then just as a comparison, I talked to you earlier about how we're both further away, not as deep and notched. And so if staff don't mind just going to the plans in page 2 very quickly. Yep, thank you. So just by comparison, so you can see how we've moved away to 1.5. Then we notch the second floor at 3.09 meters away from the property line. And so we have deliberately taken that TLAB decision into account to move the second floor further away from Mr. Flett's clients in 2 ways. The existing is being moved, it's not as deep, and then it's further away. So the massing has been sensitively thought through in terms of FSI. And so, Madam Chair, I don't think that the comments he's made reflect the actual plans. Final things I'll just say on those plans, and they're there for you, and Mr. Flett took you to the elevations. It's sloped roofs in those areas too. This is not a big boxed flat roof house, but has in fact been sensitively designed by a very talented architect. And so you can see the sloped roofs even there on the roof plan. So on the north side, you've got those roof slopes that Mr. Flett took you to when he looked at the elevation, and he suggested it went from A to G. But you've actually got the structure itself moderating its mass through the design with the sloped roofs. So I don't think it's a foreboding wall. And last thing I'll just say, Madam Chair, while we're on that elevation, those living room windows at the, sorry, Steph, if you can just go back up from where you were, that elevation. Those are the living room windows, Madam Chair. They are actually pushed back more than 1.5 meters from the property line. There's a recess on that south wall. It's where sidewall windows would expect it to be. I don't think in this urban situation, having those 2 living room windows on that south face that Ms. Ortega suggested you might cause an impact, I don't think that's a reasonable undue planning impact to suggest exists. So, Madam Chair, I do think overall, and this is the last thing I'll say, there's no trees removed. It's a sensitively design. It's built on the TLAB discussion. I actually think it improves the relationship with Mr. Flett's client's property. And it really just is an FSI, Madam Chair. And it's 0.44, which is actually less than what's on the site today. So it's not, I would say, a large, greedy application. So, Madam Chair, unless the panel has any questions, I would commend this to you for approval, subject to urban forestry, and if the committee wanted some type of condition to ensure that privacy screen was there in terms of interface with Ms. Ortega's property.
Thank you. We do have a question from Mr. Marziari.
Thank you, Mr. Bronskill. Do we have an arborist report? Because we don't see that on the file.
It is there in the file. It should be.
We don't see that in the package.
It's on the AIC.
That's the urban forestry report.
Are you, sorry, through Madam Chair, are you speaking to the urban forestry comments or the arborist report?
The
arborist report, the real arborist report.
Like usually there's a plan.
It's on the AIC. It's prepared by Seven Oaks Tree Care and Urban Forestry Consultants and submitted with the application reviewed by Urban Forestry.
It doesn't appear to be part of our package, but.
Okay, I downloaded it so that I would have it from the AIC. I apologize, Madam Chair, if the committee doesn't have it.
That's fine. Yeah. Could we see if there's a plan attached that we can?
Madam Chair, there isn't a plan attached, but the tree
Oh.
declaration form submitted with, if we're looking for confirmation about no trees for removal, there is one plan there. But the tree declaration form confirms no trees proposed for removal, trees proposed for injury, both city-owned and private trees.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've already spoken. Mr. Marziori, is there a particular area that you're concerned? Is it the north property?
In regard with the neighbors commenting on the tree removal at the back, I just want to see, first of all, how many trees are protected? Because the applicant is allowed to remove trees less than 0.3 meter diameter.
Yeah. And through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. The concern may be, and Madam Chair, maybe this is why I'm misunderstanding the submissions. The concern may be with non-regulated trees. Some of the non-regulated trees may come out through the process, but none of the city-owned or regulated trees are coming out.
Okay, that clarifies a lot.
So, yeah, I think the applicant is allowed to remove the trees without permit if it's less than 0.3 meters.
Right.
They don't need a permit for that.
No. So there are some trees that will be removed. They're just not regulated. Does that make sense? Is that true?
Madam Chair, I can confirm that. That is accurate.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right. I believe we'll take this into committee, Mr. Bronskill.
Madam Chair.
I can start it off.
Yep.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think it's a beautiful design. I started with that. I think it's a sensitive design, and the architect did a good job to design a building into the neighborhood. I'm quite familiar with this neighborhood. I'm living close to this street. The variances, we're dealing with the variances that are before us. I think variance 2 is the existing condition, and variance 3, I believe, is a technical, because it's measured with the farthest wall. Variance 1, the FSI, I think it could be a problem for me if there was other variances associated with that. That is the height and setback. But the variance itself, I don't have any difficulty supporting that. So overall, to me, it's a supportable application, and I'm ready to make a motion.
I tend to agree with you on your comments. And I think, obviously, the gross floor, if we were to compare gross floor areas in the neighborhood, chances are we would find other houses of that size on smaller lots. So yes, it is as Mr. Flatt indicated, it's a bigger lot, so the FSI has more impact perhaps, but I think that size house on that size lot is not out of the ordinary, and as you indicated, there aren't other variances for side yards and rear yard and front yard, and if it was pushing all the envelope, that would be another story, but I don't see that in this case, so. Any other comments? Mr. Marziori, would you like to make a motion?
I put forward a motion to approve this application subject to urban forestry condition number 2. And also, since the applicant mentioned, I would tie it to the, let me just go to the right page. So to south elevation sheet number 10 for just a privacy screen on the south side of the deck.
All right. And you got the urban forestry. I think we have everything.
Sorry, condition 2, yeah.
All right. Mr. Fazeli, are you willing to second?
Yes, I second that, and I strongly encourage the applicant to do their best to do any planning that they can to save any unregulated trees if it is possible in their hand. That would be greatly appreciated in that regard. Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the motion? That is unanimous. The application has been approved. All right, I believe, Ms. Martin, you can come back, although she has to excuse herself at this point, so I don't know where she went. Can't be too far. All right, item 27, 47 Aldershot Crescent. Oh, yeah, go ahead. You're leaving. Yep, that's fine. No, she is not hearing this application. She is, shall we wait? Should we wait? Does it matter? Okay, all right. Well, at least I can start with the explanation. 47 Aldershot Crescent to construct a new dwelling. We have variances for side, exterior, main wall height, number of stories, first floor height above established grade, building length, coverage, driveway width, with the vehicle entrance through the front main wall, area of a platform, and west side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, a transportation services memo, urban forestry conditions, a late memo from community planning, and a late revised site plan from September 9th. I'm hearing an echo. Is there? Oh. Close the WebEx. All right. Do we have the applicant with us?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm here. My name is Nushin Mozaffari from Hyphen Studio, representing my client, owner of 47 Aldershot.
Okay, thank you. And your address?
3429 Young Street, unit number 5.
Thank you. And do you have any changes to make to the application?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have improved the variance for the area of the deck. We have reduced the deck area to 24.51.
So which variance number is that?
Number 8.
Number 8. Okay. And
it's
sorry,
reduced to
24.51. 24.51.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So apparently there is a neighbor, two neighbors online. So if you could give us a brief presentation on the application, that would be helpful.
Of course. This is a very regular application. It's a 2-story on top of garage. Because of the definition of the first floor, the basement is considered as a story. So that's why the application is considered 3-story, but in fact, it's a regular 2-story on top of garage. In consequence to that definition, the deck is considered to be on the 2nd floor, and that's why the deck, which is not too big for this size of the lot, requires to be only 4 square meter, and the variance for the deck is the consequence of that 3-story technical variance. The rest, I believe, is very common for this size of the lot. For this frontage, we are proposing a 3-car garage, and variance number 5 and 6. 6 and 7 relates to the 3-car garage for the width of driveway and vehicular entrance through the main wall. But we don't have any variance for the soft landscaping or front landscaping, so we are not asking for any deviation in regards to the green area space. And we have a variance for the west setback, but if you go to the site plan, you can see that this setback is for the front portion, and at the rear we have even much more than required setback, and the building mass is just couple feet longer than allowed, and the application is very similar to other approved application in the neighborhood. And it's interesting that just 2 cases before, application number 25 in Danville, it's in the same neighborhood and got approved with very similar variances, and that's why we think this is a very appropriate proposal for this neighborhood and this property. I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Does anyone have questions of the applicant? Mr. Marziari.
I have a question. Yes, with the rear deck, did you have any discussion with your east neighbor about, because I understand that this is a 2-story with the basement at grade, but your rear deck is almost on the 2nd floor, so it's overlooking the neighbor's backyard. Did you have any discussion with the neighbor?
We didn't have a chance to discuss the application in person, but we had our sign on the job site. So if anyone had any concern, they could contact us. We didn't receive any opposition, and no opposition letter was submitted, so we couldn't contact any potential opposed neighbors. But if the staff can kindly open the resubmitted site plan, that shows the improvement of the deck. We are also proposing a 6-foot height privacy screen on the east side of the deck. Although the deck has 6-foot setback to the property line, and there is a line of trees there that we are keeping, but we still are proposing privacy screen to satisfy any potential concerns, and that's it.
Sorry, what plan was the privacy screen shown on?
There is a site plan resubmitted a couple days ago.
I think it's September 9th, 2025. I
Yes,
think it's
exactly.
in a late submission, and it's marked
Oh,
red,
okay.
6-foot height.
Okay, great.
privacy
Thank
screen,
you.
yeah, and they decrease the size of the deck
Okay.
slightly.
All right.
Yeah.
Any, all right. Let's move on to the residents.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee members. And my name is Paul Chong. I reside at 49 Aldershot Crescent, which is the east neighbor of the proposed property. And I know it's late in the afternoon, and thank you to all of you for staying. And I want to submit my opposition to this proposed plan because it is a big property. There are major variance violations in terms of the footprint of the property, in terms of the height, the width, and the depth of the proposed unit. And there will be a significant reduction in the FSI. And on our crescent, there's no property that is a 3-story structure, and there's no property that has 3 garage on their house. And just to get back to the previous lady, there's no sign in the front yard suggesting any neighbors to contact them for discussion or conversation if we have any concerns. The only sign is the sign erected by the city about this meeting. just to give you an idea, in terms of the variance application, the height of the unit is 10% higher than what the bylaw recommended, and also the width of the property is very close to the west neighbor of this house. It is a big structure and it's very imposing, and I don't think it is harmonious with the other properties on the Crescent in the immediate neighborhood. And if I may say, I have concerns about this imposing structure. The exterior structure is in deep variation or deviance from the other houses on the Crescent. It kind of disrupts the harmony of the street because most of the houses are quite similar in their structure. It's just a very different style of design, but I don't know if that is something that the bylaw covers. So that will be my major concerns about this proposal, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions for the resident? No? All right. Thank you. We'll hear from the other resident, and then we will ask the applicant to address your concerns.
Through you, Madam Chair, the other resident didn't respond. We attended twice to call.
Okay.
Nadim, Abdo, and Rim Gideon, but they didn't answer.
Okay. Let's go back to the applicant then and have her address Mr. Chong's concerns.
Through you, Madam Chair, if you look at the site plan, there is a dash line that shows the existing building, and we are keeping the existing setback of the building on both sides. And we are asking only for side setback on one side, only for the front portion of the building, exactly to the same extent that the existing building is located. And we don't have any variance for the total height. We have a variance only for the wall height, which is very common in the neighborhood and new developments. And as I mentioned, this is a wide lot, and you know better than me that it's very usual for this size of the lot to have three-car garage. As long as we don't have any soft landscaping or open landscaping variance, the planning has no concern with such a variance. And regardless of that portion of the front, on the west side that we are asking for 2 feet side setback, the rest of the building is generally within the building allowed building envelope. And as you see on the site plan, it's very comparable in regards to the massing. It's very comparable to the adjacent neighbors on both sides. And this variance for 3-story is a technical variance. This is a regular 2-story on top of garage, and only the basement is considered as a story.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? No? All right. Okay, thank you. We will take this into committee. Anyone?
I can start.
Go ahead, Mr. Merzieri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the overall, in general, I think it's a supportable application. I have difficulty with variance 8, although the applicant reduced the size and put a privacy screen. I think it's still like a second floor terrace. So I cannot support that, but the other variances are reasonable, and we're familiar with 2-story, 3-story, and we've been through that many times. So I think even like putting a privacy screen is creating more mass, so it doesn't resolve the issue. It's pretty dominant at the back. So I cannot support variance number 8, but other variances are supportable from my side.
All right. Anyone else?
Want me to make a motion?
Yes, I think we would like you to make a motion.
Okay, so I'd like to put forward a motion to approve this application and refuse refuse variance 8, approve variance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, and also subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2, and also subject to transportation conditions.
As amended.
As amended, yes.
As amended,
Correct.
but
No,
it's
I'm
variance
refusing
8.
that. I am refusing
Yeah.
variance 8.
And Mr. Fazeli seconds that. All in favor? That is unanimous. The application as amended has been approved. Not as amended. So do I say as?
It's not as amended. The
No, I
motion
know.
is because I'm refusing variance 8. So.
You refuse. As.
Can we have a reduced number but have the variance?
Sorry.
No, I
not at
think
this
it's
point.
still, it's just 4 square meter. I think it's,
Yeah, we're in the middle of a motion, so you're not able to speak. You should be muted, actually. So as presented,
variance 8 refused.
okay, with variance 8 refused. All right, is approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. What happened? All right. Application 2857 Turnhill Crescent. This is an application for a new 2-story detached dwelling with an integral garage. We have variances for north side yard setback, south side yard setback, coverage, area of a platform at or above the 2nd story. On file, we have a survey, revised requested variances, plans, tree site plan, tree photos, and a late community planning report. And do we have our applicant?
Yes, Gary West, Roundabout Studio.
You cut off at some point, Mr. Westwood. Could you just repeat your name and address, please?
Sure, Gary Westwood, Roundabout Studio, 401 Logan Avenue.
Thank you.
Suite 106. Sorry, just one moment. I'm getting a lot of
feedback.
Hearing my own voice back at me. I'm just going to switch. Just give me a moment.
No. Nobody here?
Okay, I'm back.
All right, great. So there are no residents, so we don't really need a presentation unless there's something you want to tell us specifically. Oh, yeah. First of all, any changes to the application?
Yeah, we did consult with city planning, and based on that process, we submitted a revised scheme on September 4th.
So could you?
And in that revised scheme, we eliminated the side yard variances.
So let's just go through the public meeting notice. Variance 1, north side yard setback.
Eliminated.
Thank you. Variance number 2, south side yard setback.
Eliminated.
Okay. Variance 3, lot coverage.
Reduced to 33.96.
33, okay. And variance number 4?
Reduced down to 10 meters.
Okay. 10. Okay. Could we have the staff
I
report
can address
out?
any questions. Yeah.
It was late though, right? I don't have it in front of me. Oh, okay. Wasn't there a minute ago. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, I think we can just take this into committee? Okay, we'll just take this into committee for a decision.
All right, through you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application. I think it's satisfied the 4th test as amended. Do I need to read the numbers or the staff have them? The numbers are basically reflecting what the staff report says. And I just want to make sure if we tie to anything.
Friendly amendment, there is
Yes,
a
and the-
staff condition. Yeah.
Yes, and it is mentioned, the proposal be developed in accordance with the submitted exterior elevation south and exterior elevation north to the Committee of Adjustment dated September 3rd, 2025, and as attachment number 1 and 2 to this report, which is staff report September 4th. I don't think I missed any other conditions. No.
Okay. Seconder.
I second.
Mr. Marziari? All in favor of the motion? That is unanimous. The application as amended has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe that is it. All right. We will conclude the meeting at 6:30 p.m. Thank you to staff for your assistance today. Thank you to my fellow panel members that are left. All right, thank you. Oh, get out of here.